Chapter 491. Return to the Han estate? Chu Shifeng almost burst into tears at those words. He wanted to coax her, but didn't know how. He wanted to go back and tell His Highness Duke of Qin, but hesitated. Right now, the brothel was surrounded by a crowd of commoners, soldiers, and soldiers. Countless pairs of eyes were watching. If he failed to coax esteemed Wang Fei and angered her instead, she'd lose her temper in front of the gates. Wouldn't that be a joke? But if he went to tell His Highness Duke of Qin, who was on the verge of a breakdown, what if he lost control and rushed out to force esteemed Wang Fei to return to the estate? With Gu in the mix, they'd be nothing but a laughingstock. Rumors would spread like wildfire. Although Gu Qishao was heavily injured and wrapped up in white bandages, he still wasn't wearing a shirt. Of course, esteemed Wang Fei had saved him in a moment of desperation. That didn't count for much since he was only half naked. But this was a brothel. It was a very sensitive place. Now that Gu Qishao had walked out with esteemed Wang Fei, it was inevitable that people would be curious as to how he'd saved her, how long they'd been in the brothel, when the assassins had left, and why esteemed Wang Fei hadn't called for help yet, and so on. Once people started asking questions like these, they'd be filled with all sorts of suspicions that would turn into rumors. Chu Shifeng knew that the wisest choice right now was to make esteemed Wang Fei and Gu disappear from everyone's sight as soon as possible. Then he'd shift everyone's attention to the problem of capturing the assassins. After all, there was still no news of them. Chu Shifeng was about to make a decision when a commotion arose from the crowd. "Qi big brother! Qi big brother, what's wrong? Qi big brother! Who hurt you? Qi big brother!" Mu Linger struggled to get to the front of the crowd, but was stopped by the soldiers with their spears in the end. She'd heard that Han Yunxi was in trouble this morning at the inn, so she'd come to Smoke Alley to help search for her. After all, Han Yunxi had saved her once, so she had to repay her debt. Who would have thought that he would actually see Qi brother, who was heavily injured and wrapped up in bandages? Others might not be able to tell, but as a genius in the medical field, she could tell at a glance that Qi brother had suffered a terrible injury. If he was not injured in the back, he must have been injured in the front. Otherwise, no quack doctor would wrap him up like a dumpling. Gu and Han Yunxi were both surprised and turned to look at Mu Ling. Chu Shifeng was even more surprised. "I'm finished." Now that Mu Ling was here, there was no lack of excitement. When she saw Gu looking at her, Mu Linger became even more anxious. She was so anxious that tears almost fell from her eyes. She threw caution to the wind and kicked away the soldiers who were blocking her as she dashed towards Gu. The officials on the side were furious. They were about to arrest her when a single look from Han Yunxi froze them in place. As soon as Mu Ling drew near, she saw that Gu's wound was on his back. The wound had been torn open and the blood hadn't stopped flowing. She circled around him, too flustered to know what to do. She'd waited and searched for him for so long, but now he was seriously injured. Gu ignored her and was about to urge Han Yunxi to leave when Mu Ling suddenly lost her temper. "Han Yunxi, it's you again." Silence fell upon the crowd at her words. Han Yunxi was completely disappointed. She didn't react to Mu Ling's yelling, but murmured to Gu, "Hurry and find Imperial Physician Gu to treat your wound. I owe you this time." "What about the wound on your shoulder?" Gu was still worried about that. Han Yunxi smiled and mimicked him with a proud expression. "This old lady won't die." She prepared to leave as soon as she finished speaking, but Mu Ling blocked her way. "Han Yunxi, just what happened? Speak clearly. How did Qi big brother get hurt like this?" Mu Ling's first words had silenced the crowd, but her second brought whispers to the crowd. Chu Shifeng wished he could muffle the damned girl's mouth. But how could the impulsive and straightforward Mu Ling ever consider the consequences? She was very, very angry right now. Last time at the Sky Pit, she assumed that Qi big brother was interested in the poison beast, but after finding out about Han Yunxi's bet with the Medical Academy's third elder, She realized that Chi Big Brother was looking for the poison beast for Han Yunxi's sake. Chi Big Brother had suffered a lot in the snake den at the sky pit. This time, it was because of Han Yunxi again. When she recalled how Han Yunxi had said that she wasn't familiar with Chi Big Brother and didn't know where Chi Big Brother was, Mu Ling Er's rationality would have long been eaten by a dog. Once one's heart was tired, many things were easy to do. Han Yunxi remained silent. She circled around Mu Ling and prepared to leave. Mu Ling wanted to stop her, but Gu suddenly pulled Mu Ling into his arms and laughed out loud. Lass, esteemed Wang Fei rewarded me with 30,000 taels. How about I split half with you? What kind of play was he singing? Even Mu Ling was stunned, to say nothing of the crowd. Chi Big Brother, did you lose your mind because of the pain? What are you talking about? Your Chi Big Brother and I were playing in the building when I saw a man in black and esteemed Wang Fei being chased by an assassin. Esteemed Wang Fei said that as long as this old man saved her, she would reward me with 30,000 taels. Gu smiled and looked at Han Yunxi. Esteemed Wang Fei, although you helped me apply medicine, you can't miss out on a single tael of 30,000 taels. Han Yunxi looked at Gu's heartless smile and inexplicably felt like crying. She knew that this guy was protecting her reputation. He was the one who often teased her and spoke nonsense in front of everyone. He was also the one who belittled her. Okay, I won't miss out on a single tael of 30,000 taels. I'll ask His Highness Duke of Qin for it later. Han Yunxi replied loudly. Mu Ling wasn't an idiot. She knew that Chi Big Brother was spouting nonsense, but she wasn't smart enough to consider the consequences of such a public uproar. She was about to speak again when Gu tilted his head to look at her with a piercing gaze. In a low voice, he said, "Shut up." Mu Ling really did shut her mouth. Although the man she loved was holding her, she felt like he was a stranger to her. So unfamiliar that she was afraid. With Gu's explanation and his embrace of Mu Ling both commoners and officials were all watching. What kind of rumors could there be? Chu Shifeng never expected things to take such a turn for the better. Thrilled, he shouted, "Su Donglin, escort esteemed Wang Fei back to the estate. Everyone else, keep searching." His Highness Duke of Qin said not to let a single assassin escape. Han Yunxi silently boarded the carriage. As soon as she sat down, she realized she'd forgotten her medical pouch, but she didn't go back to get it. Instead, she glanced upstairs and said, "Let's go." Chu Shifeng didn't know whether esteemed Wang Fei meant going back to the Duke of Qin's estate or the Han estate. He only hoped that Su Donglin could coax esteemed Wang Fei back to the Duke of Qin's estate. He didn't dare tarry and quickly went back upstairs. After all, His Highness's internal injuries were very serious, so he couldn't stop worrying. As soon as Han Yunxi left, Gu left with Mu Ling in his arms. Everyone's focus shifted to catching the assassins. After all, His Highness Duke of Qin was still in the brothel. Inside the brothel, Long Fei Yi, Long Tianma, Mu Qingwu, and the rest were all gathered in a room. Many of them had asked Qin Wang Fei about the whereabouts of the assassins, but she'd left without saying a word. Many of them were displeased with her decision. But none of them dared to show it, because everyone could see that His Highness Duke of Qin's expression was very ugly. Currently, Long Fei Yi was sitting on the messy bed and cleaning up Han Yunxi's medical pouch. A few gauze, cotton swabs, and other small items had fallen onto the bed. He carefully inspected each item before placing them into the pouch. His movements were very, very slow, and he was as quiet as an abandoned person. Everyone present wanted to ask him about the assassin's whereabouts, but no one dared to rush him. A long while later, Long Fei finished packing up the medical pouch before rising to his feet. Gu Qisha lured the assassins away. Judging from the time the city gates closed, those archers should still be in the city. His voice suddenly turned cold. "Search from house to house for your lordship." This soldier obeys. Mu Qingwu was the first to carry out his orders, followed by the crown prince. Everyone else left in a hurry as well, afraid that someone else would find the archers first. His Highness Duke of Qin was right. After esteemed Wang Fei's accident at the Gu estate, Mu Qingwu had ordered the city gates to be sealed as soon as he arrived. It was only after the gates were sealed that something happened in the fireworks district. This meant that the archers were still in the city. As long as they were sure they were still in the city, it was only a matter of time before they found them. Once everyone was gone, Long Feiyi ordered his guards, "Take care of the things on the bed." The guards were puzzled. What else was on the bed besides the quilt? But when they walked closer for a closer look, they discovered a large black robe and a pair of imitation gloves. The robe was covered in blood and looked frightening. Without a doubt, Gu had left them behind. Long Feiyi had hardly left the room when Chu Shifeng arrived. "Where are they?" Long Feiyi asked. This subordinate had Su Donglin send them back. Chu Shifeng really didn't dare to mention the Han estate at a time like this. "Let's go back first," Long Feiyi murmured. He walked very slowly, one hand clutching his medical pouch while the other rested on his sword. Chu Shifeng's heart grew alarmed, but he didn't dare to make a sound. Long Feiyi climbed into the carriage, and finally couldn't take it anymore. He leaned weakly against the pillow and closed his eyes. Once the carriage was far away, the two junior officials from the justice courts emerged from the building. "Looks like we'll have to search for them ourselves. The Duke of Qin is in a hurry to go back and comfort that woman. How could he possibly go after the assassins? Don't you think His Highness Duke of Qin is acting strange today? Even if he's strange, it's none of our business. Hurry up and search, this case will fall into the hands of our justice courts. If we can't solve it then, we'll all suffer." They were almost at the Duke of Qin's estate when Chu Shifeng peeked into the carriage and saw the Duke of Qin hugging his medical pouch as if asleep. Chu Shifeng didn't dare to disturb him, but kept moving forward. He had no idea who was still in the brothel, but he knew that once news of His Highness Duke of Qin's injuries spread, both the assassins and Emperor Tianhui would seize the chance to make trouble for him. Now that all 4 city gates were shut, the assassins could only hide and not escape. Let Emperor Tianhui search for them. His Highness had to treat his injuries first. Chu Shifeng was more concerned about whether esteemed Wang Fei had returned to the Duke of Qin's estate. He was apprehensive the entire way, but when he saw Su Donglin and the carriage at the gates, his heart finally settled back down. Unexpectedly, Su Donglin rushed over as soon as he saw him. "Boss, esteemed Wang Fei went to the Han estate. I couldn't stop her, what do we do?" Inside the carriage, Long Feiye's eyes flew open. Chapter 492. That woman went to the Han estate. Long Feiye's heart had finally calmed down, but now it flared up again. He told her to go back to the estate, but she went to the Han estate instead. What did she mean by that? Was she not planning to go back to the Duke of Qin's estate? Did she want to leave him? Long Feiyi was so angry that his cold face seemed to be covered in a layer of frost. He emanated a frightening aura of danger and almost crushed the medical pouch in his hand. But he didn't say a word. Outside the carriage, Chu Shifeng was trembling with fear. He didn't know if His Highness had heard Su Donglin's words, but he still had to report it. After all, His Highness had left the task of escorting esteemed Wang Fei back to the estate to him. Chu Shifeng glared at Su Donglin a few times before gathering his courage to speak. But Long Feiyi suddenly said coldly, "Why aren't you going in yet?" Frightened, Chu Shifeng quickly drove the carriage through a side door. As for whether His Highness was going to find someone, he didn't dare to ask. But somehow, he felt like His Highness would tell him something. Unexpectedly, Long Feiyi went straight back to his quarters and shut the doors. He didn't say a thing. Zhao Mama, Bailey Mingxiang, and Su Xiaoyu blocked Chu Shifeng's way, but all 3 of them were concerned about different things. "Where's esteemed Wang Fei? Didn't they say she was saved?" Zhao Mama asked anxiously. Su Xiaoyu was curious. "Guard Chu, Did they save that pill fiend too? Bailey Mingxiang, on the other hand, was completely focused on His Highness Duke of Qin. She discovered that his complexion didn't seem very well and was rather pale. Chu Shifeng didn't answer a single question, but jumped out from between the three women and went straight to the Han estate. Although there were guards there to protect him, it was better for him to go personally. The assassins wouldn't dare to make a move now, but what if? Actually, Chu Shifeng wanted to tell esteemed Wang Fei that His Highness Duke of Qin had suffered serious internal injuries. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to speak too much about His Highness's affairs. At this moment, Han Yunxi was in the leisure cloud park of the Han family. After Madame Helian became the head of the household, she renovated the Han residence and rented out all the empty courtyards, leaving only 3 courtyards, one of which was reserved for Han Yunxi. Because Han Yunxi's courtyard in the Duke of Qin's mansion was called Leisurely Cloud Pavilion, she reversed the 2 characters Leisurely Cloud and named it Leisurely Cloud. Madame Helian and Little Ear were standing guard at the door. Even now, they were still confused and had no idea what had happened. The Princess Consort had been saved, so why was she here? Madame Helian had already tried to persuade him several times. Helpless, she could only keep winking at Little Ear, asking him to persuade him. "Sis, open the door." "Big sister, did His Highness Duke of Qin bully you?" "Sis, please open the door. Ear is begging you." Finally, Han Yunxi spoke up. "Seventh Madam, all of you should go and rest. I'm tired and want to sleep." Madame Helian had no choice but to leave with Little Ear. After calming down, Han Yunxi finally exhaled. Unfortunately, her heart was still stifled. She hugged her knees and sat on the couch. Her head was heavy and in a mess. From the assassination attempt at the Gu estate to Gu Qishao saving her, to the betrayal of the Imperial Guards, to Gu Qishao taking her away, to Gu Qishao revealing his true face, to Gu Qishao's serious injuries, to Gu Qishao's urgent treatment, and then Long Fei's appearance. Everything had happened so quickly that she still hadn't recovered her senses. She only felt like she was in a dream. In her dream, Long Fei had returned, but it wasn't a beautiful dream. She knew that Long Fei would be angry if she shared a bed with Gu with her disheveled clothes. Anyone would be angry. But why didn't he listen to her explanation? He clearly knew that she had been attacked, didn't he? He clearly saw that she and Gu were both injured, didn't he? She had applied medicine for Gu with her disheveled clothes. She really deserved to die. But she was really anxious at that time and forgot. It wasn't intentional. As a doctor, she was anxious in the face of such a terrible injury. Besides, Gu was injured because of her. Why didn't Long Fei think about it? If it wasn't for Gu, would he have come back to collect the corpse? Right and wrong, scene after scene flashed through Han Yunxi's mind. However, the one that repeated the most was Long Fei's disdainful sneer. "Long Fei, because I like you, I'm so proud that I can lower myself to the ground. But you can't look down on me like this. What kind of woman do you take me for? What kind of woman do you take me for?" The more Han Yunxi thought, the more her head hurt. Gradually, she closed her eyes and fell to the side. She was so preoccupied with Gu's injuries and Long Fei's anger that she forgot about the wound on her shoulder. Even now, she hadn't pulled out the arrow from her shoulder. The wound wasn't bleeding, but it was already inflamed. Her head hurt not only because she was vexed, but because she had a high fever. Yeah. The window was carefully pushed open as a furry little head poked out. It was none other than Lil Thing. When it saw that Mama Yunxi was asleep, it crept closer. But it quickly realized that something was wrong and was about to call for help when the white-robed man entered. "Chi-Chi!" Lil Thing cried out anxiously. Shoo, the white-robed man gently motioned for it to quiet down. Lil Thing really did quiet down and obediently jumped onto the windowsill to stand guard. Actually, it and the gentleman had found Mama Yunxi before His Highness Duke of Qin, but the gentleman hadn't shown himself. The white-robed man carefully straightened the curled-up figure on the bed and sat by her side. He gently touched her forehead and took her pulse. After giving her a small pill to make sure she wouldn't wake up, he began to inspect the wound on her shoulder. She'd worn 3 layers of clothing to hide the wound, but the arrow had sunk deep into her flesh. Only a small part of the arrowhead could be seen, hidden by her clothes. It was difficult to inspect without taking off her clothes, but he was a true gentleman. He didn't touch her, but covered her with the covers. He'd not only given her a fever medicine, but a sleeping pill as well. She'd have to sleep for at least a day before she woke up. No amount of pain would wake her up. Still, he was afraid that she'd be in pain, so his movements couldn't be any gentler. He carefully lifted up the hole in her clothes and examined it. It seemed impossible to see clearly, so he knelt on one knee by the bed and found a suitable angle to inspect it. He repeatedly adjusted the angle and checked over and over again until Lil Thing yawned by the window. His eyes remained focused and serious. Finally, he found the most suitable position. First, he used a magnet to pull out some of the bolt. Then, he quickly used his fingers and middle fingers to clamp the bolt. With a sudden pull, the 3-inch bolt was pulled out of the ground. Strangely, Han Yunshi's wound didn't spurt any blood, but only a little. After all, the arrow had been shot so deeply and for so long. Pulling it out would definitely cause a lot of blood. He cleaned up the bloodstains and sprinkled some medicine to stop the bleeding. This time, his movements were no longer slow. He quickly wrapped up the wound so it wouldn't bleed. After that, he sighed softly and touched her forehead again. Although he was reluctant to do so, he quickly let go of her hand. Her fever had already begun to recede, which was good. Only then did he rise to his feet, his legs numb from kneeling. He smiled helplessly, a gentle smile hidden beneath the white gauze covering his face. All that could be seen was his clear, handsome features filled with tenderness. He poured out a cup of water and placed it by the bed. After some hesitation, he took off his white gauze and wrapped up the arrow before placing it by the bed as well. If Han Yunshi woke up now, she'd definitely see his doting, helpless smile. It was the most gentle face in the world. Unfortunately, Han Yunshi was still asleep. Silly girl. The wound is so deep, you mustn't move around. He looked at her for a long time, long enough for Lil Thing to assume that he'd stay. But in the end, he turned to leave. Lil Thing finally realized that he wasn't wearing a mask, but it wasn't shocked. It had long known who he was. His scent was the cleanest in the world, and the faint scent of medicinal herbs was the best in the world. After leaving the room, he suddenly vanished into thin air. Lil Thing panicked and quickly leapt onto the roof. Fortunately, he was standing right there. Naturally, Lil Thing had to stay behind to protect Mama Yunshi, but it had something to tell the gentleman. It quickly scurried onto his shoulder and dug out a clot of congealed blood. Cheep cheep, cheep cheep. This was Gu's blood. It had long sensed that something was off about Gu, but never expected his blood to be so delicious. It didn't know what was wrong with the blood, nor could it tell that it was poisonous, but it made its mouth water as soon as it smelled it. It really was delicious. Seeing this, the white-robed man smiled and took out a clot of blood as well. You noticed it too? Lil Thing was stunned. Cheep 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 cheep. A poison Gu human with an undying body. That child from the medical academy, it really was him. The white-robed man's expression grew heavy. It was precisely because he'd discovered Gu's undying body that he hadn't made a move. If an undying poison Gu human couldn't protect her, who else in the world could? But was it a blessing or a curse to be friends with this ruthless poison Gu human who didn't care about the world? Sensing the approaching guards, the white-robed man set Lil Thing down and quickly vanished from sight. Lil Thing cradled the clot of blood and wanted to hide it for Mama Yunshi to see, but when it remembered that Mama Yunshi's skills were limited and she wouldn't be able to tell, it simply swallowed it whole. So delicious. Chu Shifeng and a few of his guards patrolled the area before vanishing back into the shadows. That very night, while the guards were still patrolling the area, Gu Qixiao openly showed up with Lady Helian. He was still dressed in his usual flirtatious red robes that hid the numerous wounds on his back. Aside from his slightly pale face, he looked just like a normal person. Lady Helian had no idea what the truth was, but she'd heard rumors outside that Gu had saved esteemed Wang Fei. Thus, she treated Gu with extra courtesy. Sir Gu, esteemed Wang Fei's been shut up in her rooms ever since she arrived. She refuses to see anyone, Lady Helian said anxiously. Gu was alarmed. Didn't anyone treat your wounds? Lady Helian was startled as well. Wounds? Han Yunxi had been shot very deeply. Moreover, she'd taken off her clothes and put them back on after being shot, so the arrow was hidden beneath her clothes. It was impossible to tell unless one looked closely. Gu immediately realized what was going on and prepared to kick the door open, but Chu Shifeng suddenly appeared to block him. Gu, don't be so impudent. Chapter 493. Of course Gu knew there would be guards at the Han estate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come here so openly. He chuckled disdainfully. You think you can stop me? Gu, if you really have the skills, then go find those assassins. Stop stirring up trouble here. Chu Shifeng huffed. Gu laughed out loud. So you're saying that Long Fei Yi doesn't have the skills to find those assassins? You're the one who doesn't have the skills. Chu Shifeng raged. So His Highness Duke of Qin has already found them? Gu feigned shock. Chu Shifeng couldn't beat him in words and drew his sword in a fit of rage. Gu's gaze turned cold before he kicked the weapon out of Chu Shifeng's hands. Poison Lass's injury hasn't been treated yet. This old man will deal with you later. Esteemed Wang Fei was injured? Untreated? Chu Shifeng grew anxious as well. He followed Gu to knock on the door, but there was no response. Han Yunxi could naturally hear Chu Shifeng and Gu's voices, but she didn't have time to pay them any attention. She was too busy inspecting the wound on her shoulder. It had to be said that the way the wound had been treated left her astonished. She'd been shot very deeply. The 3-inch bolt had practically sunk into her flesh, but the person who'd treated her wound had pulled out the arrow without even taking off her clothes. They hadn't even cut open the clothes around the wound. How had they done that? Han Yunxi quickly tore off the gauze and took off her clothes to get a better look at the wound. But the sight left her even more stunned. The person who'd pulled out the arrow hadn't stitched it up at all. More importantly, the wound hadn't worsened or bled out. How did they pull out the arrow? Han Yunxi muttered to herself. She suddenly realized that all the stitches she'd stitched up for Gu were too weak. Although the wound had stopped bleeding, it still felt like her flesh had been split open. Han Yunxi quickly rebandaged the wound before putting on her clothes. After she was done, she saw a bottle of medicinal powder and a crossbow wrapped in white gauze on the bedside table. This medicinal powder was actually the famous Guang Ning Yuji powder. It was a top-grade medicinal powder for blood coagulation and muscle growth. The Han family did not have such a good thing. She looked at the white gauze again. This gauze looked like a mask. There was no pattern at all. She couldn't recognize the head at the moment. Who was the person who treated her wound? Although her head was still a little heavy, it was not as dizzy and messy as it was during the day. Han Yunxi touched her forehead and felt that she had a high fever. Was she unconscious from the fever, or did someone deliberately drug her? Otherwise, with such a deep wound and the arrow being pulled out, it was impossible for her not to wake up. She looked at the white veil again and thought of that white-robed man. But, was that fellow's medical skills that good? His ability to treat wounds was not inferior to Gu Beiyue's. In the midst of her bewilderment, the door to the room was kicked open. Gu, Chu Shifeng, and Lady Helian all rushed in. Han Yunxi gave a start. They were stunned as well. After knocking for so long, they wondered what had happened to this great aunt. Esteemed Wang Fei, how's your wound? Poison Lass, have you treated your wound yet? Chu Shifeng and Gu were both anxious, but Lady Helian's eyes were sharp enough to notice the object by the bed. Esteemed Wang Fei, you've treated your wound? With Lady Hylyan's words, Han Yunshi was certain that the person who'd treated her wound wasn't a member of the Han family. A seed of doubt had been planted in her heart. She silently hid the white gauze and said, It's taken care of. The small wound is fine now. You can all leave. Gu examined the wound carefully and saw that it had been treated. Only then did he relax. Esteemed Wang Fei, you should return to the Duke of Qin's estate with this subordinate. His Highness has already gone back, Chu Shifeng urged. He did not dare to reveal that His Highness had suffered internal injuries, but he said that His Highness had already returned to the palace. The Princess Consort should have guessed that something had happened to His Highness. Otherwise, at this critical moment, His Highness would have searched for the assassins and would not have stayed in the palace. Unfortunately, Han Yunshi only pretended not to hear. 7th Madam, you and Guard Chu should both leave. She wasn't stupid, but too smart. With the city gates closed, the assassins wouldn't be able to escape. If she was the Long Fei Yi, she'd return to the estate to drink tea and sleep. Long Tianma and Mu Qingwu had already escalated the situation to the point of endangering the capital. In that case, Emperor Tianhui should be the first to worry. The assassination and gunpowder cases were so close to each other that Emperor Tianhui had his own suspects. He'd rather kill the wrong person than the wrong person. Esteemed Wang Fei, you're only leaving Gu alone? Chu Shifeng suddenly broke into a cold, disdainful laugh. Esteemed Wang Fei and His Highness had fallen out because of Gu Qishao, but she still left him alone in a room with a single woman? Did this woman really not know how to avoid arousing suspicion, or was she really a fickle woman who wanted to have a foot in two boats? Seeing Chu Shifeng's expression, Han Yunshi felt unwell all over. Long Fei Yi was doubting her, and now this servant was doubting her as well. Do I need to explain to you what I do? She'd always done things her own way. Back in the medical academy, she'd refused to budge even when the academy head and board of directors threatened her. Ever since she was young, she'd lived 2 lifetimes, but she'd never taken the initiative to explain herself to anyone except Long Fei Yi. But Long Fei Yi would never listen to her explanations. If not for the fact that she held the title of Qin Wang Fei and was afraid of tarnishing it, why would she care about the rules and etiquette of this world? Why were there so many rumors and slanders? She, Han Yunshi, would never give face to anyone, much less this world. Chu Shifeng fell silent. This subordinate has overstepped his bounds. Esteemed Wang Fei, please forgive me. Scram! Han Yunshi said bluntly. Chu Shifeng was both angry and aggrieved as he turned to leave. Lady Hylyan glanced at Gu and hesitated to coax him, but Han Yunshi turned to cold water and said, 7th Madam, you should leave too. Helpless, Lady Hylyan could only silently withdraw from the room. As soon as she was outside, she chased after Chu Shifeng to put in a good word for esteemed Wang Fei. Perhaps esteemed Wang Fei had left Gu Qishao behind for business, but Chu Shifeng was long gone by the time she ran after him. Heaven knows if Chu Shifeng would complain to the Duke of Qin. Meanwhile, Han Yunshi had left Gu alone in the room because she had business to discuss. Have you taken care of the injury on your back? Han Yunshi asked. Mu Ling-er's taken care of it, don't worry. Gu would never seek out Gu Beiwei. What if that guy picked up on some clues? Actually, he hadn't sought out Mu Ling-er at all. Once the bleeding reached a certain point, it would stop on its own, so he was too lazy to treat it. Mu Ling-er had long been poisoned by him and was now sleeping in the inn. Han Yunshi was relieved to see that Gu seemed to be in good spirits. She sat down and fell silent for a while before speaking. Gu Qisha, how should I address you? She'd remembered the favor of saving her life, but she still had to pay for his deceit. Gu could guess that Han Yunshi had asked him to stay because of that. He grinned as he sat down. Qi big brother would be the best. Han Yunshi was in no mood to joke around. She said coldly, You're investigating my origins too. Why did you bring me to Mute Granny? Why did you fall out with Medical City? Are your poison skills related to the poison sect? Gu laughed heartily. Girl, don't you get tired of thinking so much? Answer my question, Han Yunshi said seriously. Hey, Chi Big Brother, let me tell you something. Before Chi Big Brother met you, he already had two identities. The medical academy will keep an eye on Gu Qisha, but not on Gu, understand? This is Chi Big Brother's own secret, Gu said with a smile. Han Yunshi understood. Everyone had their own secrets, and there was no need to explain them to anyone. Just like the secret of her transmigration and the secret of her detoxification space, there was no need to tell anyone. She didn't want to pursue these questions, but there was one thing she had to clarify. Why are you investigating my origins? She asked sternly. From the time this fellow started to pay attention to her poison skills, to the Tang sect's hidden weapons, to the embroidered words on her medical bag, to investigating Madame Tianxin, to finding Mute Granny from the Mu family. All of this was to investigate her background. Don't think that just because he's always joking around, she'll take him for a fool. This guy still doesn't know that her biological father isn't Hong Kongan, but a descendant of the poison sect. When he first brought her to Mute Granny, he was already suspicious of her relationship with the poison sect. The reason he'd noticed her at first was probably because he suspected that her poison skills were related to the poison sect. Han Yunshi had asked him why he was looking for a descendant of the poison sect. He'd joked, as a catalyst to refine an antidote. She'd even asked him what kind of poison he'd been afflicted with, and he'd said, the most poisonous poison in the world. Han Yunshi didn't believe his joke, but she firmly believed that this guy had a motive for getting close to her. This time, Gu wasn't smiling. Instead, he wore a rare expression of seriousness, but he didn't answer Han Yunshi's question. Instead, he said seriously, Poison lass, trust me. No matter what I do, I won't harm you. Is he trying to brush me off? Han Yunshi was clearly angry, but when she saw Gu's stubborn and sincere gaze, she couldn't bring herself to question him. She was afraid that she'd hurt his heart. Just yesterday, he'd risked his life to save her. What reason did she have to not trust him? Han Yunshi was silent for a long time before she said, I believe you. But I have the right to know the truth, don't I? She'd inherited everything from this identity, but she still didn't know the secret behind it. She really was a failure. When he saw Han Yunshi's stubborn and sincere gaze, Gu Qisha suddenly laughed. Poison lass, you're not the person I'm looking for. This matter has nothing to do with you. You have no right to know. He'd been investigating all this time, looking for the descendants of the poison sect. Ever since Poison Woman and Mute Granny had been imprisoned, all his leads had been cut off. So far, this woman in front of him was the biggest suspect. However, his words today weren't just brushing her off, nor were they a lie. He hadn't just said it for Han Yunshi's benefit, but for himself as well. His poison lass wasn't the person he was looking for. She definitely wasn't. Even if she was, he'd pretend that she wasn't. He had plenty of ways to take revenge on Medical City, but as for the antidote, her existence, every smile, every frown, every word was the best medicine for him. Antidote my ass. It's fine if you don't understand. Han Yunshi was skeptical, but she couldn't refute Gu. He was right, she had no right to know anything that had nothing to do with her. Gu Qisha rose to his feet and stretched lazily. Poison lass, Chi Gij likes to joke around, but I've never lied. He turned to leave, but when he reached the door, he turned back and added, That's right, poison lass, Chi brother really didn't hide the antidote for the broomcorn millet poison. Chapter 494. He didn't keep the 10% antidote for himself? What did he mean? If he didn't keep it, where did the antidote go? Han Yunshi's other reason for keeping Gu Qisha here was to ask him who he'd sold the antidote to back then. Who knew that Gu Qisha would leave her with such a line? Gu Qisha, wait! Han Yunshi chased after him, but Gu Qisha was already nowhere to be seen. She stood at the door in a daze. Her fever and sleeping pills had just subsided, but her head was still a little heavy. She tried to recall what happened with the antidote, but soon her head started to throb. Back at Pill-Fiend Valley, she'd used the serpent fruit to calculate the true amount of antidote. Meanwhile, Gu Qishao had used useless medicinal powders to mix with the antidote, causing the inside of the bottle to turn black. This proved that he'd given Long Fei a full bottle. At that time, she didn't think too much about it and immediately assumed that the inner wall of the bottle that Gu had given her was completely black, thus denying Gu's evidence. If Gu had mixed the fake antidote, then so be it. Why did he choose the fake antidote that would react with the porcelain bottle? Why did he have a trick up his sleeve? At that time, she had also thought about this question, but she didn't think too much about it. She just thought that Gu had left this trick up his sleeve so that he could cheat them of the antidote. To be honest, although she had been so serious about the quantity, she didn't want to prove anything. She just wanted to deny Gu. Because before she went to the Medicine Ghost Valley, she had already denied Gu completely. She couldn't possibly doubt her own husband and trust someone who had mixed the fake antidote to cheat them. But what about now? The person who had mixed the fake antidote to cheat them was Gu. It was Gu who had brought her to find Mute Granny. Therefore, Gu had no reason to kidnap Mute Granny and secretly hide the 10% antidote for Mute Granny. 10% of the antidote was just enough to cure the broomcorn millet poison once. If it wasn't Gu, then who had the 10% antidote? What was he going to do with it? Han Yunxi suddenly realized that she was afraid. She didn't dare to think further, nor was she willing to think further. Now it seemed that Gu had purposely used the ineffective powder to blacken the inner wall of the porcelain. Did that guy know something? Gu! Come out! Gu, I know you're here. Come out and explain yourself. Gu! Han Yunxi chased him to the courtyard and shouted desperately. Unfortunately, this time Gu really left. No one responded to her for a long time. Can I pretend to be stupid? Can you pretend you don't know anything? Han Yunxi asked herself in her heart. She had never been a timid person, but this was the first time she felt scared. If the Long Fei Yi had lied to her, then what was the purpose of the Long Fei Yi? She felt like she needed to calm down. She didn't dare to think any further and weakly turned around, only to see a familiar figure standing in front of her door. That tall and proud figure, that cold and stern face, was him, Long Fei Yi. Your Highness, as if out of habit, she couldn't help but call out his name. But as soon as she opened her mouth, she stopped abruptly and chose to remain silent. Long Fei Yi looked at her in silence as well. Dressed in black robes, he emanated a merciless air. The two of them were less than 10 steps apart, but it felt like they were separated by centuries. When you were born, I wasn't. When I was born, you were already old. Time was the greatest distance. Long Fei Yi, if I hadn't transmigrated here, would you have grown old in my world and become history? Would I not be so sad then? Long Fei Yi didn't speak. Han Yunxi's mind was a mess, and her heart was even more confused. She needed to calm down. She turned to leave, but Long Fei Yi suddenly said coldly, "You're looking for Gu?" So Chu Shifeng went back to complain? Thus, it took him an entire day and night to find his way here because of Gu Qishao? She'd realized she'd left her medical pouch outside the brothel, but purposely didn't go upstairs to get it. Hadn't she left it there for him? She'd left him with a reason to find her. She knew he'd check the room and find the pouch. But he'd only come now because Chu Shifeng had complained. Han Yunxi's heart grew cold. She didn't answer but turned to leave. Long Fei Yi flew over to block her way. "You still haven't answered your lordship's question." Han Yunxi took a deep breath and bowed respectfully. "Yes, I'm looking for him. May I ask if your Highness Duke of Qin has any other business?" Her reverence was an eyesore to Long Fei Yi. "What, you can't bear for him to leave? It looks like your lordship came at the wrong time." He laughed coldly. Han Yunxi's eyes began to sting, but she stubbornly held them back. She gave him a provocative look. Yes. Han Yunshi. Long Fei Yi flew into a rage. He pressed down on her shoulder and gripped it so tightly that he almost crushed it. At this moment, Lady Hellion arrived. Seeing the situation, she cried out in fright, "Your Highness Duke of Qin, please have mercy! Your Highness Duke of Qin, esteemed Wang Fei's shoulder is injured, you can't. You can't." Long Fei Yi finally remembered that he'd seen her shoulder injured at the brothel. He abruptly released her, but it was already too late. Fresh blood seeped out from her bandages and clothes to stain his hands. He stared blankly at his bloodied hands, then at Han Yunshi's pale, stubborn face. His heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. He was about to apologize when Han Yunshi smiled, her dimples as beautiful as a flower. "Long Fei Yi, everyone can see my injury. You're the only one who hasn't seen it since last night," she said. "Your Highness Duke of Qin, if there's nothing else, please do as you please. I'm still in a rush to find Qi brother." "Qi brother?" Long Fei Yi's entire being emanated a terrifying killing intent. His bloodied hands slowly clenched into fists that crackled as if ready to punch her at any moment. Lady Hellion was scared witless. She gaped and couldn't speak. Han Yunshi's shoulder hurt like hell, but it couldn't compare to the pain in her heart. She didn't say anything else, nor did she want to ask about broomcorn millet poison. She curtsied and turned to leave. Long Fei Yi narrowed his eyes at her retreating form. She was already far away, but he didn't move. It wasn't until Chu Shifeng found him that he recovered his wits. "Your Highness, this subordinate," Chu Shifeng didn't know what to say. He wanted to go back and complain, but he couldn't find His Highness anywhere in the Duke of Qin's estate. He had no choice but to turn back, only to find His Highness at the Han estate. Before Chu Shifeng could figure out the situation, Long Fei had already turned to leave. The hand behind his back had been clutching a medical pouch. If it wasn't Han Yunshi's, who else could it be? "Guard Chu, did you complain to the Emperor? Which servant doesn't want the best for their master? It's fine if you don't try to mediate, but you even added oil to the fire. What are your intentions? Yunshi definitely isn't that kind of person. She must have something to discuss with Sir Gu. I'm telling you now, His Highness won't forgive you easily once they make up," Lady Hellion warned angrily. Chu Shifeng felt wronged. "I didn't say anything. I've just found His Highness." "Then why are they arguing again?" Lady Hellion huffed. "Go ask your family's great-aunt." Chu Shifeng was filled with grievances and anger as well. He couldn't care less about that now, but he should hurry and chase after His Highness. Who cared if that ignorant woman lived or died? His Highness's health was more important. He'd need 2 or 3 days of closed-door cultivation to treat his internal injuries, or else he wouldn't be able to hold on. With everyone gone, the Han estate resumed its silence. Han Yunshi hid in the medicine room and treated her own wounds. They were very deep to begin with, but Long Fei Yi's pinch had wasted all of her previous efforts. Fresh blood kept flowing out. She used the bottle of medicine left behind by the white-robed gentleman and the Han estate's own medicine to stop the bleeding. Fortunately, the effects were good. After bandaging the wound, she was exhausted and weak. She lay paralyzed in the pile of medicine, unwilling to move. Her head hurt, so she didn't want to think too much. But Mute Granny's incident, Gu's reminder, and Mu Ling Er's curses kept popping up in her head. As she thought about it, she didn't know why she fell asleep in the end. Lil Thing popped out from the side and looked at Mama Yunshi's injuries with heartache. It had been hiding on the side, itching to bite His Highness Duke of Qin to death. But in the end it didn't dare. It knew that Mama Yunshi couldn't bear to part with him. It could only obediently curl up by her side. It really wanted the gentleman to take Mama Yunshi away. The gentleman was the last person in the world who'd hurt her. The night was still quiet. All of the capital city was brightly lit, and the Imperial Guards were still searching for assassins from house to house. How many people could sleep peacefully? Not far from the Han estate's medicine room, Gu was lying on a roof with his hands behind his head as he stared at the stars. As he stared, he began to mutter to himself, "Cheer be good. Cheer be good." When he was young, his father must have coaxed him to sleep like this. It had been a long time since he thought about his childhood, but Poison Lass's questions today made him recall his childhood. He'd already forgotten how old he was back then, only that he was like a wild child who liked to roll up his sleeves and pants and run around the mountain forests behind the medical academy barefoot. Every time his father found him, he'd carry him high up in his arms and ride him on his neck all the way home from hiding in the woods. Back then, he had a strange illness that made it difficult for him to fall asleep. No matter how tired he was from playing during the day, he needed someone to coax him to sleep at night. His father would hold him and call out softly, "Cheer be good. Cheer be good. Cheer be good. Cheer be good. Cheer be good." But one day, his father suddenly handed him over to the head elder of the medical academy and told him, "Chi-er has been afflicted with a demonic illness and needs to be adopted by the head elder. In the future, he can only follow the head elder and take medicine every day." His father explained a lot, but Chi-er didn't understand. Later, he learned that his father was the head of the medical academy and that his reputation was very important. He didn't allow illegitimate children to exist, and his hidden home in the mountains was forbidden to the public because it was a forbidden area of the poison sect. From then on, he became the head elder's adopted son. From then on, he never saw his father again. It was also from then on that he began to take medicine every day for 3 meals. Every time he was about to vomit, his adopted father would tell him that he only had to obediently take his medicine and stay alive to see his father again. He wanted to see his father because he didn't have a mother. He only had one father from the time he could remember. Suddenly, there was a loud bang that shook the entire capital. Gu snapped out of his daze and shot to his feet. Where did that explosion come from? What happened? Chapter 495. In the middle of the night, a huge explosion shook the entire capital city. Gu jumped to his feet. He didn't know where the gunpowder had come from, but when he saw that the Han estate was fine, he lay back down. He'd never been a curious man, nor did he have the leisure to meddle in other people's business. Whether it was the chaos in Tianning's capital city, Tianning country, or Cloud Realm continent itself, none of it had anything to do with him. His childhood memories had been interrupted, so they wouldn't continue. Aside from his nightmares, he'd never think of them when he was awake. He stared at the stars in the sky, which were reflected in his clear and bright eyes. His world had quieted down, but Tianning country had begun an era of turmoil with this loud boom. Han Yunxi was startled awake from her deep sleep. At first, she thought she'd had a nightmare, but when she heard the commotion outside, she knew something big had happened. The explosion was so loud that even the houses in the capital city shook. Without a doubt, the explosion had happened near the capital, or even within it. Even the explosion at Sky Domain Black Market had caused panic in the capital, to say nothing of an explosion so close by. Han Yunxi hurried out the door and discovered that everyone in the Han estate had been startled awake. The streets outside were noisy as well. Su Donglin, come out! Han Yunxi shouted. She knew there were guards around. As expected, Su Donglin immediately appeared. Esteemed Wang Fei, you weren't scared, were you? Why don't we go back to the estate? Is safe there? What's going on? Han Yunxi asked seriously. I'm not sure either. His Highness ordered me to guard the place at all times. Su Donglin was obviously lying. With his position in the Shadow Guards, he didn't even have the right to speak with His Highness Duke of Qin. Han Yunxi didn't have time to expose his lies. She said anxiously, "This is a very serious matter. Hurry and go to the Duke of Qin's estate to see what's going on with His Highness. Find out where the explosion happened." Su Donglin grew anxious as well. He ordered the other guards to keep watch and left immediately. Where did the gunpowder come from? Han Yunshi frowned and pondered. She was really afraid that the whole city search would drive the Chu family into a corner, and they would use the gunpowder case to bite back at Long Feiyi. Other than General Mu's residence, only the Chu clan had gunpowder in their hands. At this time, Long Feiyi had just returned to the Duke of Qin's residence and was also shocked by this matter. Your Highness, it's not far from the armory on the western outskirts of the city. The secret guard immediately investigated. Armory? Interesting. Long Feiyi's eyes flashed with a complicated light. After a moment of silence, he ordered, "Tell Chu Shifeng that your lordship is going into closed-door cultivation for 2 days. Send more people to keep an eye on the Han family." After he finished speaking, he entered the palace and did not mention a single word about the explosion just now. Does His Highness Duke of Qin have no opinion on such an important matter? The guard was curious, but didn't dare to ask. He quickly went to find Chu Shifeng. The entire capital city was brightly lit by lanterns. Both the common people and the imperial family were panicking, but Emperor Tianhui was the most panicked of all. He was in the imperial study asking General Mu and Mu Qingwu about the betrayal of the imperial guards when the sudden explosion caused the teacup in his hands to shatter on the floor. General Mu promptly sent someone to investigate. At this moment, everyone in the room was silent. Emperor Tianhui sat upright and still, his hands clutching the armrests of his chair. His cold face was tense and solemn. Since the explosion, he had allowed General Mu to send people to investigate without saying a word. In front of him, Crown Prince Long Tianma, General Mu, and Mu Qingwu all had their heads bowed, their expressions ghastly. Leaving aside the question of who was behind the explosion, Mu Qingwu, the commander of the Imperial Guards and the heavy responsibility of protecting the capital and the Imperial Palace, would be hard-pressed to escape blame. Moreover, Emperor Tianhui had just reprimanded Mu Qingwu over the betrayal of the Imperial Guards before the explosion. Now that such a thing had happened at such a sensitive time, how could Emperor Tianhui not investigate Mu Qingwu's negligence of duty? In the silent room, Emperor Tianhui's breathing was heavy. Long Tianma and the Mu family were both on tenterhooks and on tenterhook. The guards hadn't returned yet, so it was unclear what the situation was. Who wouldn't be nervous? Of course, Long Tianma was the most anxious of all. He was feeling uneasy. Over the past 2 to 3 days, he and Mu Qingwu had put in plenty of effort to convince the emperor that the crossbow archers had something to do with the black market gunpowder case. Both of them were a threat to the capital. But someone had whispered something into the emperor's ears, causing him to summon the Mu family to the palace that very night to ask about the betrayal of the Imperial Guards. Everyone knew that the young commander of the Imperial Guards had been stabbed to death by Mu Qingwu in a moment of desperation, while the 2 captains had been imprisoned and interrogated. But who would have time to pay attention to such details when the city was still searching for the crossbow archers? The emperor had only asked once before, then told them to use torture to interrogate them. After that, he'd stopped asking. But tonight, he suddenly wanted to ask for more details. Then there was the sudden discovery of the explosion. Wasn't all of this too much of a coincidence? Suddenly, a rush of footsteps broke the silence of the imperial study. The guards who'd gone out to investigate had returned. In a flash, the tense crowd grew even more tense. Just what was the situation? Eunuch Luo hadn't even brought him in before Emperor Tianhui couldn't take it anymore. Where was the explosion? Just what happened? To reply, Your Majesty, it was the military depot on the western outskirts that exploded. The explosion destroyed 2 storehouses full of weapons. We're still counting the casualties, and the military doctors have all rushed back. At these words, Long Tianma, Mu Qingwu, and General Mu all looked up at the same time, their faces pale with shock. The military depot exploded. How could this be? The depot on the western side of the city belonged to the Imperial Guards under General Mu's command. It was a large storehouse for weapons and weapons, an important location that was heavily guarded. How could something like an explosion happen there? Moreover, there were no explosives stored there at all. In Tianning's 3 countries, gunpowder was all in the hands of the military. Tianning country's gunpowder was controlled by General Mu's estate because it was precious and limited in quantity. Unless there was a major war, it was rarely used. Even the cavalry and naval forces could only be transferred from General Mu's estate if needed. Emperor Tianhui looked icily at General Mu, his hawk-like eyes filled with anger and suspicion. Imperial Father, these people are too audacious. They dared to challenge our Tianning's military might. As a Ken sees it. Before Long Tianma could finish, Emperor Tianhui cut him off angrily. General Mu, why would the military depot explode for no reason? Where did the gunpowder come from? Tianning's gunpowder storehouses were scattered all over the country, while the capital's was located on the eastern outskirts of the city. Without Emperor Tianhui's permission, even General Mu couldn't use it. Where did the gunpowder in the armory come from? Did someone do it on purpose, or was there a secret stash of gunpowder in the depot that accidentally ignited it? It was hard to say. Imperial Father, it must be those people from the black market. They're probably trying to create panic and divert attention so those archers have a chance to escape. Those people must be accomplices. Imperial Father, Tianning's gunpowder controls are so strict. I'm afraid the gunpowder was smuggled in by a foreign power. Long Tianma explained anxiously. Although he didn't specify which country the foreign power was from, a smart person would know without thinking. Such a sensitive matter could only be muddled through trade at the border. Northern Li and Tianning didn't have any trade, but Western Zhou and Tianning did. Unfortunately, Emperor Tianhui didn't even spare him a glance. Seeing this, Mu Qingwu grew anxious as well. He was about to speak when General Mu silenced him with a look. In the end, the Crown Prince and the young general were still too inexperienced. Since the Emperor had summoned them to ask about the betrayal of the Imperial Guards, it meant he was already suspicious of them. If they pointed the spear at the Chu clan like before, it would only make the Emperor feel disgusted and suspicious. General Mu stepped forward and fell to his knees. Your Majesty, this soldier is guilty. Seeing this, Mu Qingwu followed suit. Long Tianma's eyes flashed with a complicated look, but he didn't dare to speak. Your Majesty, this soldier neglected his duties and allowed the assassins to run amok. The people's hearts were in a state of panic, and I know it's difficult to escape punishment. Whether or not the military depot was secretly stashed with gunpowder to cause the explosion, or whether or not someone else brought gunpowder to cause trouble remains to be investigated. But no matter what, this soldier is guilty of failing to supervise and protect the depot. These 2 crimes are heinous and unpardonable. May your Majesty meet punishment. His words sounded like an apology, but he was tactfully explaining the 2 reasons for the explosion. Emperor Tianhui's anger faded a little, but he still gave a cold snort. So you know you're guilty too. General Mu kowtowed on the ground, not daring to speak. On the side, Long Tianma and Mu Qingwu were even more afraid to speak. Emperor Tianhui clenched his fists and slammed them against the table. After a long silence, he said, Zhen will give you 3 days to investigate this matter clearly. Otherwise, don't think Zhen won't touch you just because you've been an official for 2 dynasties. Thanks to your Majesty for your grace. General Mu thanked him repeatedly. Mu Qingwu, we will also give you 3 days. If you can't catch those crossbowmen by then, I'll give you 3 days. If you can't catch those archers, then you can go accompany your 2 subordinates in prison. Emperor Tianhui said coldly. This soldier obeys. Mu Qingwu was even more afraid to speak. After the 3 of them left the imperial study, they exchanged glances. None of them dared to discuss the matter. It wasn't until they were far enough away that Long Tianma lost his temper. Young general, just what's going on with the defection? Don't tell this crown prince you didn't know. If it wasn't for the defection, how could the emperor have raised suspicions for no reason? Mu Qingwu's gaze was still evasive, but General Mu was serious. Your Highness Crown Prince, the 2 captains of the Imperial Guard are still locked up in the prisons. There's plenty of people who'd like to take advantage of the situation to hit them while they're down. It's inevitable that His Majesty would be suspicious. It's Qingwu's fault for being impulsive. He shouldn't have killed that commander. Since General Mu had already said as much, what else could Long Tianma pursue? He sighed heavily. Right now, the most important thing is to find evidence. As long as we can prove that the military depot didn't have any hidden gunpowder, this Crown Prince refuses to believe that Imperial Father will sit still. They even dared to touch the military depot. Those people must be tired of living. It was easy enough to prove that the explosion wasn't caused by the secret stash of gunpowder. The military depot was heavily guarded and filled with people trained by General Mu himself. There was no way they'd betray General Mu, so General Mu was confident that the explosion had occurred outside of the depot. As long as they could find the source of the explosion, the Crown Prince could continue to nip at the Chu clan. For General Mu, who'd been in charge of the gunpowder depot for many years, finding the source of the explosion was easy. But while General Mu and the other 2 split up, a woman in the Eastern Palace grew frantic. She was none other than Mu Luiwe. What had she done? Chapter 496. At this time, everyone in the palace was in a state of panic because of the explosion. However, Mu Luiwe was more anxious than anyone else. When she first married into the Eastern Palace, she often paced back and forth at the palace gates in the middle of the night, hoping that her husband would return. Later on, she waited until she lost all hope and never waited again. However, tonight she was pacing back and forth at the palace gates again. She was waiting for the old nanny who had been sent out to scout for information. Why would the well-trained and disciplined imperial army betray the emperor? Why would Mu Qingwu be so rash as to kill that young commander? Why would Mu Qingwu avoid the Crown Prince's questions? It was because that young commander had been promoted from the Mu family's army to the imperial army. When he was in the Mu family's army, he was often ordered around by Mu Luiwe. Even if he was punished several times, he was still willing to endure. It was because he liked eldest Miss Mu. He was loyal to General Mu's household, but his betrayal was ordered by Mu Luiwe. As the saying goes, even heroes have a weakness for the charms of a beautiful woman and femme fatale. Even the imperial army couldn't kill Han Yunshi. How could Mu Luiwe not be anxious? She was waiting for the results of this explosion. The entire palace was noisy. Everyone was discussing tonight's explosion. Only the Eastern Palace was extremely quiet. Not long after Mu Luiwe married into the Eastern Palace, the Crown Prince no longer lived in the Eastern Palace. Unless he came back occasionally, he would not be seen most of the time. Most of the servants in the Eastern Palace were also removed. In a sense, this place was a cold palace. Mu Luiwe was about to go crazy from waiting in this empty silence. Finally, the old nanny returned. Mu Luiwe rushed over and hugged her. "How is it? How is it? Is that slut dead?" Unexpectedly, the old nanny was about to cry. "Your Highness, we were deceived." "Deceived? What do you mean by deceived? I'm asking you if that bitch Han Yunshi is dead or not." Mu Luiwe was completely blinded by hatred. She was so anxious that she flew into a rage. "Your Highness, it was our armory that exploded. Just now, His Majesty was furious and wanted to punish old general and young general. He ordered them to investigate everything within 3 days, otherwise." The old nanny couldn't continue. She had tried to persuade Her Highness to cooperate with noble consort Chu back then. Unfortunately, she hadn't been able to persuade her. Now, the imperial concubine had been bewitched and had been completely used by noble consort Chu. What? Mu Luiwe was dumbfounded. After a while, she grabbed the old mama's shoulder and shook it hard. "What did you say? Say it again. Your Highness, it was our armory that exploded. It wasn't the Duke of Qin's residence that exploded. How could this be? Did you hear it wrong? Mu Liyue's face turned pale. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. It can't be wrong. Your Highness, what do we do now? The old mama was scared out of her wits. She was worried about the great general and young general's situation, but Mu Liyue was more concerned about Han Yunxi's life or death. How could she know the severity of the black market gunpowder case? How could she have the skills to see the current situation clearly? In her childish mind, her father was so powerful that what could the emperor do to the Mu family if something happened to the armory? Not long after the black market explosion, Chu Qingge had come to find her to discuss murdering Han Yunxi. Chu Qingge had said that it was better to kill a bitch like Han Yunxi by the roots than to plot against her. She agreed with Chu Qingge's ideas too much and gave her plenty of suggestions, but Chu Qingge had rejected all of them. In the end, Chu Qingge had brought up Duan Muyao, saying that she was His Highness Duke of Qin's junior sister and had ways to lure him away. As long as he wasn't present, it would be easy to kill Han Yunxi. Chu Qingge had said that the Imperial Guards were only spares that would be used as a last resort. Moreover, she'd make sure nothing went wrong and silence the witnesses. She wouldn't blow the matter up. Everything had gone according to plan, but who knew that her big brother would rush back as soon as he returned to the city? By the time His Highness Duke of Qin found Han Yunxi on his way back, Chu Qingge had found her again and said that Han Yunxi had gone to the Han estate. She was plotting a plot to blow up the Han estate. First, she could kill Han Yunxi with the explosion. Second, she could smear the black market gunpowder case on the Han family and accuse them of hiding gunpowder for themselves. Chu Qingge had said that the gunpowder was outside the city. Now that the gates were all shut, it would be difficult to get in. She needed the Mu family's command token. The Mu family's command token was her proof of entry into the army barracks. Her father and older brothers were both soldiers, so she'd spent a lot of time in and out of the barrack. Naturally, she had her own token. The guards at the gates were the Imperial Guards. With her command token, it was possible for them to make things easier for her. She was afraid that the guards wouldn't agree, so she'd given them both a token and a token. Now it looked like Chu Qingge hadn't used the token or token to smuggle the gunpowder into the city, but had taken them to the military depot instead. Esteemed Wang Fei, noble consort Chu isn't at ease. She wants to harm General Mu's estate and the Eastern Palace. We've committed a heinous crime, so what should we do? The old mama sobbed. What are you crying for? My father's there to protect her. We won't die. Mu Liyue rebuked. She narrowed her eyes and tried to hold back her tears, but in the end she couldn't. Chu Qingge, you slut. I'm going to kill you, Mu Liyue angrily shouted. The old mama was frightened and hurriedly hugged her. Nyang Nyang, be careful. His Majesty doesn't know anything yet. If someone hears you shouting like that, it'll be over. Esteemed Wang Fei, this old servant will leave the palace and find the general right now. Mu Liyue finally calmed down. Hurry and go. When you see my father, tell him I know my wrongs. She thought for a long time before adding, tell him I was so guilty that I wanted to hang myself, but you persuaded me not to. Tell him it's inconvenient for me to leave the palace and ask for his forgiveness, but I'll definitely kowtow to him once I leave. Esteemed Wang Fei, don't worry. This old servant will definitely put in a good word for you. The old mama didn't dare delay and left in a hurry. Mu Liyue was depressed to death. Now that she'd calmed down, she regretted it all. Currently, Chu Qingge was in an even worse situation than her. Mu Liyue had father and brother who doted on her and allowed her to do as she pleased. Chu Qingge, on the other hand, had ambitious father and brother who wanted her to sacrifice herself. By the time she heard the explosion, Chu Qingge had already finished bathing and was dressed in Emperor Tianhui's favorite white muslin lantern dress. Currently, she was sitting on the bed hugging her knees, her eyes empty and lifeless. She was very clear on her brother's plans and knew that she wouldn't be able to escape tonight. Still, she couldn't help but wonder what if. What if His Highness Duke of Qin liked her? If His Highness Duke of Qin had liked her, then wouldn't everything have been different today? Wouldn't she have ended up like this? Without all those schemes and machinations, without all the humiliation, and without all the envy and jealousy, she would still be as pure as ice and pure as jade, proud and noble as before. What if His Highness Duke of Qin liked her? Who would dare to force her into this state? Long Fei Yi, if there's a next life, will you like me? Finally, a court lady rushed in with a secret missive. Chu Qingge opened it and glanced at it before burning it. She wrapped herself in a loose robe and hugged herself for a long time before getting off the bed and putting on her shoes. Someone come, arrange a carriage to Profound Dragon Palace. The black stone gunpowder case had thoroughly infuriated her brother. He'd wanted to take Han Yunxi as a hostage to threaten His Highness Duke of Qin, but who knew the assassination would turn out like this? Her brother said that there was no stopping things at this point. He had to use this chance to get rid of the Crown Prince's wings, the Mu family. Thus, it was time for her to make a sacrifice. She'd been married to Tianning for a while now. Although Emperor Tianhui wasn't feeling well, how could he stop her if she wanted to? Since her brother had sent her a secret missive, Eunuch Luo must have already made arrangements at Profound Dragon Palace. Chu Qingge rode a sedan chair to the gates of Profound Dragon Palace and saw Eunuch Luo waiting outside. Esteemed Wang Fei, His Majesty just came from the imperial study. Things are progressing smoothly. Inside the rooms, everything's been arranged as well, Eunuch Luo said, covering his mouth with a smile. His smile was an eyesore to Chu Qingge, but she remained calm. Since she'd already come this far, her heart should be as still as water and as dead as ashes. With Eunuch Luo's words, Chu Qingge knew that the emperor had grown suspicious of the Mu family today. Naturally, Eunuch Luo was behind the emperor's sudden summons to the Mu family to ask about the betrayal of the imperial guards. Her older brother had said that the emperor had his suspicions about the Chu clan as well. She had to have Eunuch Luo stir things up first before she whispered in his ear. That way, Emperor Tianhui wouldn't be so wary. Chu Qingge personally carried a bowl of ginseng soup she'd prepared beforehand and strode inside. Currently, Emperor Tianhui had just finished bathing and was drinking tea with only a robe draped over his shoulders. After resting for a while, it would be time for morning court. Emperor Tianhui gave a start at the sight of Chu Qingge. Her robes were opened to reveal a pure white lantern dress that fell to her chest. Her cold and aloof temperament matched with this kind of clothing actually didn't feel out of place. She had an otherworldly coldness, but also an insufferably arrogant coldness. Emperor Tianhui loved nothing more than this woman's aloof demeanor. What he truly liked was conquering it. Although he was on guard against this woman from the Chu clan, Emperor Tianhui still couldn't stop his heart from throbbing. He stroked his beard and smiled. "Beloved consort, you're up so early today?" Chu Qingge saw the wretched look in Emperor Tianhui's eyes, but forced herself to ignore it. She offered up the ginseng soup and asked, "Chenxia came to disturb you. Isn't your Majesty angry?" "Beloved consort, did you make a special trip to disturb me?" Emperor Tianhui asked with a grin. "Something so big happened last night. The Empress Dowager was afraid that your Majesty would overwork himself after a sleepless night, so she ordered Chenxia to deliver ginseng soup," Chu Qingge replied neutrally. Emperor Tianhui grew curious. Why would the Empress Dowager let you come? The Empress Dowager and noble consort Xue viewed Chu Qingge as a formidable foe. Emperor Tianhui was well aware of that fact. No one else dared to come, I suppose. The explosion was so loud that it must have happened in the capital. They were afraid that the emperor would get angry and scold them if they came. Chu Qingge spoke bluntly without fear of offending anyone. In truth, the Empress Dowager hadn't let her come at all. But Emperor Tianhui believed her words. Not only that, but he'd even let his guard down. He looked Chuchinga up and down before his gaze unconsciously rested on her low collar. He gave it a long look before patting the spot next to him with a grin. "Since beloved consort isn't afraid of being scolded, then come over. Your Majesty should hurry and drink the ginseng soup so Chenxie can report back to the Empress Dowager. It's getting late, Your Majesty should be in morning court by now." As Chuchinga spoke, she bent down to pick up the ginseng soup. Her collar hung low, revealing a hint of spring in and out of sight, making for an alluring sight. Seeing this, Emperor Tianhui couldn't help himself. He suddenly scooped her into his arms and held her tight. Eunuch Luo had long placed bewitching drugs in the incense burner. Add that to Chuchinga's good intentions, and there was no way Emperor Tianhui could resist her. Chapter 497. Emperor Tianhui wrapped his arms tightly around Chuchinga's waist and buried his head in her neck to sniff as if he was addicted. No matter how much he sniffed, he couldn't get enough. His hands were restless as they groped their way up her waist. Chuchinga raised her head to stare at the ceiling. As Emperor Tianhui reached for a yard after taking an inch, she gritted her teeth harder and harder. Her clothes were stripped off piece by piece as he ravaged her full breast. A line of clear tears slid down her cold cheeks before she finally closed her eyes. Would she be able to see nothing as long as she closed her eyes? Would she be able to assume that the man on top of her was the same man from her dreams? If it was him, thinking about him, would it not be so painful? Long Fei Yi, Chuchinga almost cried out, but she held on to her reason. She only dared to say the name in her heart, because she knew that she'd lose everything as soon as she did. She'd also cause trouble for him. Abruptly, a stab of pain came from her lower body. Chuchinga's eyes widened as her heart shattered from the pain. The pain jolted her awake from her beautiful fantasies to face the cruel reality. Emperor Tianhui had been drooling over her for a long time. Now that he was under the influence of the drug, he was like a wild horse galloping over Chuchinga's body. Men, especially those in high positions and power, viewed women as playthings in the end. No matter how much they liked a woman, that was all. When their lust flared up and they couldn't hold back their urges, they only cared about enjoying themselves to the fullest. Who cared if you lived or died? Thanks to a certain imperial physician, Tianhui had already been a vegetarian for 2 months. Now that he'd started eating meat, he was like a ravenous wolf, a tiger, or a leopard. That morning, Chuchinga's soul had been ravaged to pieces. After Emperor Tianhui fell asleep, she was like a rag doll whose soul had been sucked out of her. She lay powerlessly on the cold marble floor, unmoving. Only the tears at the corners of her eyes flowed uncontrollably. She knew that from this moment onwards there was no turning back. She didn't know how long she lay there until the effects of the drug wore off and Emperor Tianhui was about to wake up. She endured the pain and dressed herself before calling for Eunuch Luo to carry him to the bed. Eunuch Luo opened the windows to disperse the aphrodisiac scent in the room as he spoke in a low voice. "Esteemed noble consort, this old servant has already given orders. His Majesty is ill, so he won't be attending morning court today. If noble consort Shui comes over later, this old servant will block her for you. You'd better hurry up and get down to business. If His Highness the Crown Prince comes, I won't be able to stop him." Chuchinga only nodded and sat on the bed without a word. As soon as Eunuch Luo left, she grabbed the bedding covers, eager to suffocate Emperor Tianhui to death. She was helpless. This was just an impulsive action. She didn't dare and couldn't. She stood guard quietly, her head repeating her elder brother's words over and over again. How to give Emperor Tianhui pillow talk was the key to the overall situation. By the time Emperor Hui woke up that day, Chuchinga was only wrapped in a silk quilt and nestled in his arms. After a romantic morning, Emperor Tianhui only remembered that he'd enjoyed himself to his heart's content. He'd long forgotten the details. He looked at Chuchinga's cold, sleeping face and was extremely satisfied. His hand reached out and took advantage of her again. Chu Qingge pretended to wake up in fright and slapped Emperor Tianhui's hand away. Let go! Even the most favored concubines in the imperial harem, including the empress of the past, didn't dare to refuse him like this. Emperor Tianhui's eyes flashed with indignation, but he didn't speak. His other hand reached out to bully her as well. Chu Qingge kept slapping his hand away and huffed. Your Majesty, that's enough. And if Zhen says it's not enough? Tianhui arched a brow. Then Your Majesty can continue. Chenxia can't escape anyways. Chu Qingge's words were soft, but her eyes were stubborn. Emperor Tianhui liked her haughtiness the most. Instead of getting angry, he laughed out loud. Fine, fine, fine. Zhen will let you off for now. Despite his words, he didn't release her. Instead, he tightened his grip around her. Chu Qingge struggled a few times, but gave up when she couldn't break free. Your Majesty, do you know what time it is right now? Her reminder reminded Emperor Tianhui of the morning court session. What time is it now? Zhen hasn't started morning court yet. He was about to rise to his feet when he felt dizzy and dizzy. Damn it, Imperial Physician Gu had told him multiple times not to have sex because it consumed too much energy. Why couldn't he resist? Your Majesty, are you all right? Are you tired? Chu Qingge asked hastily. How could Emperor Tianhui admit that he was tired? Despite his anxiety, he still sat down. What time is it now? It's already past noon. Your Majesty, Chenxia tried to persuade you this morning, but you insisted on having eunuch Luo cancel the morning court session. Chenxia knows that today's morning court session is very important after what happened last night, but, as Chu Qingge spoke, she placed a jade hand over Emperor Tianhui's heart and lowered her head shyly. Emperor Tianhui lifted her chin with a grin. But what? Your Majesty! Chu Qingge pouted playfully at him. Emperor Tianhui was in a good mood. A complicated look flickered past his eyes as he probed. Beloved consort knows about what happened last night as well? The explosion was so loud that it must have happened somewhere in the capital, Chu Qingge replied. About that, what does beloved consort think? Emperor Tianhui probed again. Someone was secretly hiding gunpowder. As Chenxia sees it, there's an 80% chance that it's related to the crossbow archers who tried to assassinate Qin Wangfei. Perhaps they were trying to create chaos so they could escape. Chu Qingge's words were exactly the same as the crown prince's. Emperor Tianhui was surprised. He thought this woman would speak up for the Chu clan. Secretly hiding gunpowder? How could gunpowder be so easy to get? Emperor Tianhui gave a cold snort. Chu Qingge didn't think so. The gunpowder is all in the hands of the military. How could it be hard to get? Emperor Tianhui assumed that Chu Qingge would seize the chance to trample on General Mu's estate, but she scooted by his ear and murmured, Your Majesty, Chenxia will tell you a secret. Chenxia came into contact with gunpowder before I married. Actually, the military's control over it isn't so strict. Now Emperor Tianhui was even more surprised. This woman dared to say such things to him? Wasn't she afraid that he'd suspect the Chu clan? Or perhaps the Chu clan hadn't done anything at all, so they weren't afraid of suspicion. Looking at the beauty's magnanimous eyes, Emperor Tianhui recalled how the crown prince and Mu Qingwu had been insinuating insinuations against the Chu clan without any proof. Beloved consort, then as you see it, which military group did the gunpowder come from? Emperor Tianhui asked next. Your Majesty, you can eat carelessly, but you can't speak carelessly. Chenxia doesn't dare to speak carelessly about such an important matter. So speaking, she added, in any case, it can't escape my Chu clan, Tianning's Mu family, or Northern Li's Yuan clan. Emperor Tianhui looked at her for a long time before suddenly pressing closer. Noble consort Chu, what if the gunpowder really came from your Chu clan? Your Chu clan is skilled in archery, while those crossbow archers are skilled as well. Could all of that be a coincidence? Chu Qingge was furious. If your Majesty already knows the answer, then why ask Chenxia? You might as well lock Chinchilla up and torture her to prevent that good-for-nothing Mu Qingwu from turning traitor and harassing the people. We still can't catch him. You're saying that Mu Qingwu's a good-for-nothing? Emperor Tianhui couldn't believe it. Mu Qingwu was very bold. Cold, he retorted. Isn't that the case? Even the soldiers he personally led turned traitor. If that's not a good-for-nothing, then what is? Chinchilla didn't believe it at first, but I never expected it to be true. Emperor Tianhui hadn't believed it either. Of course, he was more suspicious of Mu Qingwu's impulsive decision to kill that commander. In some ways, such actions were meant to silence witnesses. Emperor Tianhui looked at Chu Qingge. Although he didn't probe any further, the scales in his heart had tilted to one side. Still, he kept all of this to himself. Ever since the gunpowder incident at the black market, he hadn't expressed his stance on the matter to anyone. He was still observing the situation and weighing the pros and cons. After all, this incident threatened the safety of the capital. In other words, it was a threat to his throne, so he had to be extremely cautious. There were still 3 days left. He wanted to see what kind of explanation General Mu had for the explosion at the military depot. Seeing Chu Qingge's alluring figure, Emperor Tianhui almost wanted to spoil her again. Unfortunately, he didn't have the strength to do so. After teasing her for a bit longer, Emperor Tianhui allowed Chu Qingge to leave. As soon as she left the profound dragon palace, she ran into noble consort Shui, who was waiting outside. So it was noble consort Chu. In broad daylight, this consort was wondering who had such great ability. Noble consort Shui didn't finish her sentence, but her words were full of sarcasm. Without a doubt, she was mocking Chu Qingge for her shameless actions in broad daylight. Chu Qingge had just finished putting on an act in front of Emperor Tianhui and was exhausted. Her heart was filled with bitterness, so the humiliation made her want to cry. She gave noble consort Shui a cold look before turning to leave. Noble consort Shui gave eunuch Luo a meaningful look before realizing something. She quickly left for the Empress Dowager's palace. Chu Qingge was probably behind the emperor's absence from morning court. If the emperor showed favor at a time like this, it'd be disadvantageous for the crown prince and the rest. As soon as Emperor Tianhui opened his mouth, the harem would be filled with infighting. But Emperor Tianhui's health was far worse than expected. He rested for a long time before taking another dose of medicine to recover his strength. As soon as he reached the imperial study, he didn't even bother with the memorials he'd received that morning before issuing orders. Pass on Zhen's verbal decree to summon the Duke of Qin into the palace. Qin Wangfei too should be summoned. Emperor Tianhui had been probing all sorts of people, so he naturally wouldn't forget about His Highness Duke of Qin. He wanted to hear what Long Fei Yi thought about the black market gunpowder, the assassination with crossbow bolts, and the explosion at the military depot. The victim of the assassination attempt was his Wang Fei, but Long Fei Yi hadn't made any moves after rescuing Han Yunxi from the brothel. He couldn't be plotting something, right? When Emperor Tianhui's verbal decree reached the Duke of Qin's estate, Long Fei Yi had no choice but to leave early to heal his wounds. He was about to leave when Chu Shifeng timidly added, "Your Highness, His Majesty summoned esteemed Wang Fei as well." Long Fei Yi stopped abruptly, leaving Zhao Mama and Bailey Mingxiang to grow anxious. They didn't know about His Highness Duke of Qin's injuries, nor did they know esteemed Wang Fei's condition. Neither of them dared to go to the Han estate without permission, but they did know that the two masters had made a huge fuss this time. Everyone waited timidly for His Highness Duke of Qin to speak, but Long Fei Yi only stood there without a word. In the end, it was Chu Shifeng who spoke up. "Your Highness, how about this subordinate go to the Han estate and bring esteemed Wang Fei here?" Chapter 498. Although Chu Shifeng had some complaints about esteemed Wang Fei, he was very clear that His Highness couldn't let go of that woman. Of course, he hoped that the two of them would patch things up soon. Otherwise, His Highness's icy face would leave his subordinates trembling in fear. After all, when esteemed Wang Fei was in the estate, everyone was much more relaxed. No matter how angry His Highness was, esteemed Wang Fei only needed to say a few good words to smooth things over. But now even Chu Shifeng had to tread carefully, much less everyone else. Using Emperor Tianhui's summons as an excuse, he could go fetch esteemed Wang Fei back. Even if he said it was His Highness who sent him, esteemed Wang Fei should yield, right? Seeing His Highness Duke of Qin remain silent, Chu Shifeng probed, "Your Highness, should this subordinate go?" At this moment, Bailey Mingxiang suddenly spoke up. "Your Highness, why don't you enter the palace from the north gates? You can pick up esteemed Wang Fei on the way?" The Duke of Qin's estate was closer to the south gates, while the Han estate was closer to the north. If he brought Han Yunshi to the Duke of Qin's estate, he'd have to go through the south gates. If Long Feiyi went to find Han Yunshi, then he'd have to go through the north gates. Actually, the journey was the same. The key lay in whether Han Yunshi came or Long Feiyi went. Bailey Mingxiang was a woman, so she understood women better than Chu Shifeng. She was also more meticulous. She mused that with esteemed Wang Fei's temper, esteemed Wang Fei might not return with Chu Shifeng if His Highness didn't pick her up personally. Unless a woman's heart had given up, she'd always wait for her husband to pick her up. But if His Highness Duke of Qin went personally, everything would be different. What conflict couldn't be resolved if he went personally? Chu Shifeng and Zhao Mama both understood what Bailey Mingxiang meant by her suggestion. Chu Shifeng snorted disdainfully, thinking that His Highness Duke of Qin wouldn't agree. But instead, His Highness Duke of Qin simply said, You can come with me." Her? Come with him? Bailey Mingxiang's heart gave a lurch as she felt overwhelmed by the favor. If Zhao Mama hadn't shoved her aside, she wouldn't have reacted. His Highness wanted her to follow. Before she could even catch up, her heart was already pounding non-stop. When His Highness Duke of Qin had already walked far away, Bailey Mingxiang hurriedly chased after him under Zhao Mama's urging. She didn't dare to get too close and kept a distance of 3 steps from him. After boarding the carriage, Bailey Mingxiang consciously sat next to the coachman. His heart was filled with anxiety all the way to the Han residence. As soon as the carriage stopped, a cold voice came from inside. "Go and call him out." "Yes." Bailey Mingxiang naturally knew that His Highness had asked her to come along to persuade the Princess Consort. She hesitated for a moment, but still mustered up her courage and whispered, "Your Highness, we're already at the door." "Why don't we?" Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, Long Feiyi reprimanded him coldly. "What nonsense are you spouting? Why aren't you going?" Bailey Mingxiang's heart almost jumped out of her mouth. She turned to leave. No, she ran. At this moment, Han Yunshi was changing the dressing on her own wound. Last night, she'd heard from Su Donglin that the Duke of Qin's estate hadn't made any moves, so she felt at ease. She mused that Long Feiyi hadn't made a move despite such a big incident in the capital. Most likely, he was still sitting on top of the mountain to watch the tigers fight. As long as he didn't get involved, she didn't have anything to worry about. In any case, she hated these senseless fights in Tianning's imperial harem. Han Yunshi reacted calmly to Bailey Mingxiang's arrival. She only assumed that Bailey Mingxiang had come to persuade her to return. "You came just in time. I'm lacking a helper here," Han Yunshi said mildly. Bailey Mingxiang saw the mangled flesh on her shoulder and felt distressed. He quickly took over the gauze and helped her treat it. "Esteemed Wang Fei, why didn't you find little Chen Xiang for help?" Forget about little Chen Xiang. Han Yunshi didn't even want to see Lady Hellion. That group of people had urged her to return as soon as they arrived. She treated her maternal home as a safe haven, but that group of people couldn't wait for her to leave. Han Yunshi didn't speak, but lazily sprawled on the bed, enjoying Bailey Mingxiang's service. Bailey Mingxiang coaxed her as he bandaged her wound. "Esteemed Wang Fei, why don't you return?" Han Yunshi pretended not to hear, but Bailey Mingxiang said again, "Esteemed Wang Fei, His Highness sent this servant to pick you up?" That wasn't the end of the sentence. His Highness sent this servant to pick you up, and His Highness sent this servant to pick you up in a carriage to enter the palace, had completely different meanings. Still, no matter what the meaning was, Han Yunxi's gloomy face relaxed quite a bit. Still, she didn't say a word. Bailey Mingxiang wasn't in a rush to coax her, but carefully finished bandaging the wound. Actually, esteemed Wang Fei's wound was very deep. Moreover, it hadn't been stitched up, so it took a lot of effort to bandage it up. After a long while, Bailey Mingxiang finished. Afraid that His Highness would grow impatient waiting outside, she quickly asked, "Esteemed Wang Fei, shall this servant help you tidy up?" "No need," Han Yunxi refused. "Esteemed Wang Fei, husband and wife quarrel at the head of the bed, but reconcile at the foot of the bed. His Highness has already yielded, so why don't you come back with this servant?" Bailey Mingxiang persuaded earnestly. Han Yunxi mused to herself. Does this count as yielding? Does he believe in my innocence? Chu Shifeng's first complaint was enough for that guy to show up in the middle of the night. Couldn't he come himself now? Would she go back just because he sent someone to pick her up? And after that, would he still not believe her? Or wouldn't he explain where he and Duan Muyao had gone? Would he keep arguing with her? Or would he just forget about everything and pretend nothing ever happened? Since she'd already returned to the Han estate, there was no reason for her to go back without a clear explanation. "Esteemed Wang Fei, then what will it take for you to come back with this servant?" Bailey Mingxiang coaxed again. Han Yunxi replied offhandedly, "Unless he comes in person." Hadn't Bailey Mingxiang been waiting for these exact words? Thrilled, she grabbed Han Yunxi's hand and said, "Esteemed Wang Fei, quick, come with this servant." "What for?" Han Yunxi didn't understand. Bailey Mingxiang didn't explain, but pulled her outside until they reached the Han estate gate. Han Yunxi halted her steps at the sight of the luxurious carriage parked outside. This was the Duke of Qin's highest-grade carriage. Who else would dare to use it except for Long Feiyi? Did he really come in person? Seeing esteemed Wang Fei's surprise and delight, Bailey Mingxiang's heart finally settled down. In a low voice, she said, "Esteemed Wang Fei, you have to keep your word. His Majesty summoned you and His Highness to the palace. Once you leave, you'll have to go back with His Highness." She didn't say that His Highness Duke of Qin was here to pick up esteemed Wang Fei, but set up a trap for esteemed Wang Fei to jump into. She wanted esteemed Wang Fei to think that His Highness's true purpose was to pick her up and that going to the palace was just a side trip. She had to admit that Bailey Mingxiang was very smart. But what kind of person was Han Yunxi? How could she not see through such little tricks? As soon as she heard the words "go to the palace," she guessed what was going on. As it turned out, Emperor Tianhui had summoned her and Long Fei. Long Fei must have come to pick her up along the way. But for some strange reason, she didn't expose them. Instead, she agreed with Bailey Mingxiang. Bailey Mingxiang rejoiced. She knew that esteemed Wang Fei had a stubborn temper, but her heart was still soft before His Highness Duke of Qin. Now all she had to do was wait for His Highness and esteemed Wang Fei to leave the palace before fanning the flames a little. Then she'd have His Highness yield a little and succeed. Master and servant were about to head for the carriage when Long Fei's sharp voice came from inside. "Are we going or not?" This wasn't his first time here. The first time was when he came to deliver the medical pouch. He'd already yielded twice, so what else did this woman want? He'd been waiting in the carriage for almost an hour. He almost thought that she wouldn't come out. Han Yunxi stopped in her tracks. She didn't want to ask any more questions, but her heart grew cold. This was his attitude when he came to pick her up in person. So impatient. If he waited so long, wouldn't he come in and take a look? If Emperor Tianhui hadn't summoned him, would he have come at all? "Your Highness," just then esteemed Wang Fei was. Bailey Mingxiang wanted to explain, but Han Yunxi only glared at him coldly. "He only came to find me to enter the palace with him, right?" Bailey Mingxiang was put in a difficult spot, but still forced himself to lie. Esteemed Wang Fei, we'll return to the estate once we leave the palace. It's not like you don't know His Highness's temper. His Highness didn't sleep at all while you were gone. Just look at his face later, it won't look good. Han Yunxi's face was gloomy as she curtsied. Chenxia greets your highness. I've made you wait. It's good that you know. Hurry up and get in. Long Fei Ye's tone was filled with impatience. If Emperor Tianhui hadn't summoned her, Han Yunxi would probably flick her sleeves and leave already. Yes. She suppressed her anger as she got into the carriage. If this was the past, he'd always give her a hand whenever she got in or out of the carriage. But now, he sat unmoving in the carriage. Han Yunxi had already entered, but he didn't even spare her a glance. Han Yunxi maintained a respectful attitude as she sat in the seat furthest away from him with her head bowed. She hadn't even been this distant when she was 100 paces away from him in the past. As the carriage moved forward, the driver hurried along, but Bailey Mingxiang only said in a low voice, "Let's slow down a bit. There's no rush in the palace." There was still some distance between the Han estate and the palace. At least let master and mistress spend more time together. Bailey Mingxiang wasn't sure if she'd overreached herself this time, but her lips quirked up into a self-mocking smile. Inside the carriage, the silence was stifling enough to make it hard to breathe. The air between Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi seemed to grow heavy and heavy. Unconsciously, Han Yunxi looked up and saw that Long Fei Yi's complexion really wasn't looking too good. After all, she'd taken Bailey Mingxiang's lies to heart. Just what did this guy do with Duan Muyao? Did something happen in Tianshan Kenzo? How did he get by these past few days? Did he really not sleep? Seeing that Long Fei Yi was about to look up, Han Yunxi immediately lowered her head again. Long Fei Yi did indeed raise his head and look over. His eyes were as cold as ice, but they were still focused on her shoulders. The clothes on her shoulders were smooth and clean, with no signs of bandages. Compared to Han Yunxi, his gaze was more wanton. He quickly studied her quiet little face again, as if inspecting a precious treasure he'd leant out to see if it was still in good condition. Still, he didn't say a word. Like this, the two of them walked in silence until they reached the palace gate. It was time to get off the carriage. Chapter 499. The carriage slowly came to a stop. It was time to get off. But Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi didn't move. One had his head bowed, making it impossible to see his expression, while the other was expressionless as she stared out the window. In the end, it was Han Yunxi who emerged first. She was about to jump off the carriage when Bailey Mingxiang hastily stopped her. "Esteemed Wang Fei, Mingxiang will help you." Han Yunxi didn't speak, but jumped off the carriage to avoid him. She wasn't some delicate flower, much less a sickly invalid. Why would she need someone to help her off the carriage? The driver was helpless at the sight. In the past, esteemed Wang Fei had always been helped on and off the carriage by His Highness. By now, Long Fei Yi had recovered his wits and silently got off the carriage. He glanced at Han Yunxi before walking towards the imperial study. Naturally, Han Yunxi followed him. Bailey Mingxiang didn't follow, but stood guard by the carriage with the driver. Han Yunxi was clearly distracted, so she didn't notice that Bailey Mingxiang wasn't following them. As she walked, she found it hard to keep up with Long Fei Yi. His legs were so long that she could take 2 steps with him. Only now did she realize that he'd purposely slowed down when he held her hand in the past. Thinking up to here, she didn't chase after him, but walked at her usual pace. But Long Fei Yi didn't slow down at all, but picked up his pace instead. As a result, the distance between the two of them grew wider and wider. As she watched Long Fei walk further and further away, Han Yunxi's expression grew uglier and uglier. She almost turned to leave. With his attitude, he probably wouldn't even notice if she suddenly disappeared. Damned Emperor Tianhui. It was enough to summon Long Fei Yi, but why did he summon her as well? Sulking, Han Yunxi cursed Emperor Tianhui countless times in her heart. By the time she reached the door to the imperial study, Long Fei had already been waiting for her with a taut face. She still walked the remaining few steps quickly. However, as soon as she reached his side, he went straight into the house and left her with his back facing her. Long Fei. Han Yunxi was so angry that she glared at him. Unfortunately, it was useless. He didn't have eyes on his back and couldn't see. She walked in with large strides, looking like she was telling strangers not to come near and acquaintances not to disturb her. Her expression was really twice as ugly as Long Fei's. Emperor Tianhui disliked Long Fei's cold face to begin with. Now that he saw Han Yunxi's expression, he assumed that this couple wasn't giving him any face and immediately grew gloomy. This assassination attempt had nothing to do with him. What was the attitude of these two people? Come and have a seat. Yunxi, did you get a fright this time? Emperor Tianhui asked with concern as he walked towards the tea table. He hadn't summoned the Duke of Qin and his wife to question them, but simply wanted to chat. No, Han Yunxi answered straightforwardly. Could she say that she was really frightened? Could she say that without Gu, she would have been shot to death by the arrows long ago? Could she really be frightened by the sight of Gu Qixiao's battered back and bruised body? She wasn't here to complain and make Emperor Tianhui laugh at her. If Long Tianma and Mu Qingwu hadn't escalated the situation to the point of endangering the capital, Emperor Tianhui might even be thanking those crossbow archers. Did you get hurt? Emperor Tianhui asked next. No. Han Yunxi replied mildly. Emperor Tianhui was about to ask some more questions, but Han Yunxi's curt reply made him unable to continue. After sitting down, he made a gesture, and Long Fei sat down across from him. There were only 2 seats at the table in the imperial study, so Han Yunxi had nowhere to sit. Emperor Tianhui should have given her a seat, but he didn't say a word. Instead, he slowly steeped some tea. Long Fei didn't speak either, but Han Yunxi stood behind him like a servant girl. Her head and eyes were bowed, but her back was still ramrod straight. Emperor Tianhui was about to pour some tea for Long Fei when Long Fei stopped him. I don't dare. Chindi will do it. His movements were 100 times more elegant than Emperor Tianhui's. Imperial brother didn't make a special trip to find Chindi for tea, did you? He started the conversation without paying any attention to Han Yunxi standing on one side. Emperor Tianhui glanced at Han Yunxi in astonishment. Could it be that the Duke of Qin had grown tired of this woman? Didn't he dote on her before? Is he just going to let her stand here and ignore her? Zhen really did make a special trip to find you for tea. Ever since the black market gunpowder explosion, Zhen's ears haven't had a moment of peace. Emperor Tianhui sighed with emotion. Imperial brother has worked hard for the country. It's been hard on you, Long Fei said half-heartedly. Emperor Tianhui sighed and asked, have you found any clues about those crossbow archers? You'll have to ask the Imperial Guards to find out. Chindi is waiting for news too. Long Fei pushed the blame away. Emperor Tianhui suddenly lost his temper. Those useless Imperial Guards, they can't even find the culprit when they're trying to catch a turtle in a jar. Zhen will give Mu Qingwu 3 days. If he doesn't find the culprit by then, Zhen will cripple him. Long Fei remained silent for a while before he said, you can't blame the young general. Chindi personally searched for an entire day without finding the culprit. Emperor Tianhui was astonished by his words. Aside from the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, the Duke of Qin had never shown favoritism to any faction despite his overwhelming power. But today he was speaking up for Mu Qingwu? He'd clearly stayed in the Duke of Qin's estate without making any moves over the past few days, so where did the search come from? Moreover, Mu Qingwu's subordinates had turned traitor and almost took Han Yunxi's life. Didn't that guy bear a grudge? Don't blame him? There's actually a traitor in the Imperial Guards. How serious is that? How can Zhen not blame him? Emperor Tianhui slapped the table angrily. Long Fei didn't feel any pain or itch. He has so many soldiers in his hands, so it's impossible to cover every single one of them. It's inevitable. If Imperial Brother wants to deal with him, he'll have to wait until this matter is over. Now's the time to use people. Emperor Tianhui's eyes flickered with complicated emotions. The Duke of Qin seemed to be aloof and neutral on the surface, but his words were clearly protecting Mu Qingwu. Was there some secret between the Duke of Qin's estate and General Mu's estate? Emperor Tianhui drank a few cups of tea before he spoke again. You know what happened at the military depot last night, right? How could gunpowder be so easy to get? As Chindi sees it, this incident and that incident at the black market aren't much different. Emperor Tianhui was more concerned about that than anything else. What do you mean? He asked anxiously. Only the armies of the two nations have access to gunpowder. General Mu wouldn't be stupid enough to light it up in front of his own house, right? Long Feiyi laughed lightly. His words were obviously suspecting the Chu clan. Emperor Tianhui laughed coldly. What if he was hiding it for himself and accidentally detonated it? This, Long Feiyi gave him a meaningful look, but stopped favoring the Mu clan. That's hard to say. Chindi was only guessing on the spur of the moment. As for the truth, it's still up to Imperial Brother to decide. But his previous words had already planted the seeds of doubt in Emperor Tianhui's heart. General Mu's estate held one of Tianning's 3 largest military forces and commanded 100,000 Imperial Guards. It was only natural that they were loyal to Tianning, but who they were loyal to had always been a variable. This was especially true after His Highness Duke of Qin's forces grew strong enough to contend against Emperor Tianhui's. He seemed to be neutral on the surface, but was actually the most worrisome of all. It wasn't until Emperor Tianhui reactivated the Crown Prince and united father and son against the Duke of Qin's estate that General Mu's stance became clear. In front of the Duke of Qin, Emperor Tianhui wouldn't be on guard against his own son for now. He'd also included General Mu's estate in his own sphere of influence. But now the Imperial Guards had changed sides. The Crown Prince was insinuating insinuations and squeezing out noble Consort Chu, the military depot had exploded, and the Duke of Qin's attitude today, how could the paranoid Emperor Tianhui set his heart at ease? What Long Feiyi wanted was for Emperor Tianhui to grow suspicious of the Mu clan and the Crown Prince. After being reactivated, the Crown Prince had long harbored thoughts of rebelling and usurping the throne. But he'd always lacked the right opportunity to do so. Now was a good chance. Of course, the Crown Prince was still too young and inexperienced to accomplish anything on his own. But things would be different if the Mu clan had thoughts of rebellion as well. As long as the Mu clan could harden their hearts to help the Crown Prince, the Chu clan wouldn't be able to reap any benefits no matter what they did. Long Feiyi hadn't made a move this entire time, but he was still keeping track of the situation. At this point, Emperor Tianhui didn't ask any more questions, but started chatting about other irrelevant topics. Long Feiyi kept to himself as he replied, even nodding his head several times without saying a word. As they chatted and drank tea, 2 hours passed by. Han Yunxi's legs were sore from all the standing. She couldn't help but glance at Long Feiyi multiple times, but Long Feiyi seemed to have forgotten about her existence and completely ignored her. Of course, Emperor Tianhui remembered her existence. He gave her a meaningful look before having Eunuch Luo set up the chessboard. Duke of Qin, you haven't exchanged pointers with Zhen in a long time. If you don't lose today, I won't let you go. Who would dare to win a game of chess against the Emperor? But Long Feiyi dared. He'd played chess countless times since he was young and had never lost a single match. Long Feiyi didn't speak, but the white and black chess pieces soon began to play against each other. Long Feiyi's stance showed that he wasn't planning to lose. If he wasn't planning to lose, did that mean he wasn't planning to leave? Han Yunxi kept her eyes lowered as she stared at the chessboard. She was alone in a world of silence. This game of chess went on for a full 4 hours. By the time night fell, there was still no winner. Including the previous 2 hours, Han Yunxi had been standing for a total of 6 hours. Her calves had even gone numb. In the end, an urgent report arrived, prompting Emperor Tianhui to stop the game. Looks like Zhen has no choice but to let you go today. Chendi should take his leave as well. Long Fei Yi lazily rose to his feet. He walked easily, but Han Yunxi's legs almost gave way as soon as she took a step. Still, she steadied herself. Her calves grew numb with each step, but she kept her back straight and her head held high as she followed him out. Emperor Tianhui stared at their departing figures, filled with doubts. He was trying to figure out what had happened between Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi, but the current situation in the capital made him too preoccupied to think about it. Just like before, Long Fei Yi was walking in front while Han Yunxi followed behind. But she was no longer looking at his back, but staring at the road with her head bowed. She didn't know how long she'd been walking, but she only lifted her head when she reached the palace gates. Actually, she didn't like looking at his back because it gave her a sense of unfamiliarity. But this time, she didn't even have time to look at Long Fei Yi's back, because Long Fei Yi had already boarded his carriage. Chapter 500. Seeing esteemed Wang Fei walk out alone, Bailey Mingxiang hurriedly ran over to receive her. Esteemed Wang Fei, get in the carriage. His Highness is waiting. Where are we going? Han Yunxi asked indifferently. Back to the palace with His Highness. Esteemed Wang Fei, you said that as long as His Highness personally came, you would return to the palace. Quickly get in the carriage. His Highness is waiting. Although Bailey Mingxiang was comforting her with a smile, her heart was very uncomfortable. She never thought that His Highness would come out first and even get into the carriage. Did something happen between the two of them in the palace? Why was esteemed Wang Fei so disappointed? Han Yunxi didn't say anything as she seriously looked at Bailey Mingxiang. Bailey Mingxiang was still resisting at first, but soon he couldn't take it anymore and avoided her gaze. Go tell, he doesn't need to wait for me. Saying this, she prepared to leave, but Bailey Mingxiang hurriedly pulled her back. Get in the carriage. It's not like you don't know His Highness' temper. If you yield 1 step, His Highness will definitely yield 10 steps. Han Yunxi insisted on leaving, but Bailey Mingxiang wouldn't let her go. He earnestly tried to persuade her. Esteemed Wang Fei, if His Highness didn't have you in his heart, he would have left long ago, right? He's still waiting in the carriage. You should think about it carefully. Han Yunxi looked at Bailey Mingxiang and her eyes suddenly turned red. All the grievances she had felt in the imperial study came flooding back. Mingxiang, my leg hurts. Leg? What's wrong with esteemed Wang Fei's leg? Bailey Mingxiang was anxious. He was about to crouch down to inspect her leg when His Highness Duke of Qin's impatient voice came from the carriage. Han Yunxi, why aren't you leaving yet? His tone was so fierce. He had never been this fierce since she'd met him. Ever since he accompanied her to pay respects to Empress Dowager Li, he would often rush her. No matter how anxious and impatient he was, he would always stop 3 to 5 steps away from her and turn to look at her. Coldly, he asked, Han Yunxi, aren't you leaving yet? He had never abandoned her, nor had he ever gotten angry. But this time, he had left her on the road. He was so fierce. Han Yunxi strode to the window and asked coldly, Your Highness, please wait for a moment. I have something to ask Your Highness. I'll leave after that. In truth, the entire journey from the Han estate to the palace gates had left her feeling incredibly stifled. She really wanted to ask about Duanmu Yao, explain about Gu, and quarrel with Long Fei Yi. However, after being mercilessly forgotten in the imperial study, she suddenly felt powerless. She suddenly did not want to say anything. If one had to work very hard to be liked by someone, then what was the point of being liked? Right now, she only wanted to clarify that question and then leave. Speak, he said coldly. The antidote that Gu gave, was it really only 80% full? Han Yunxi asked very seriously. As soon as she said this, the carriage fell silent. He said that the antidote he gave was indeed a full bottle, Han Yunshi added. However, the carriage remained silent. Han Yunshi waited patiently and did not rush him. After an indeterminate amount of time, Long Fei Yi finally spoke. So you believe him? Han Yunshi avoided answering. I'm just asking your highness. You believe him and suspect this prince? Long Fei Yi asked again. Han Yunshi only heard his cold voice, but did not know that he had been absent-minded in the carriage for a long time. She did not know how much hatred this man had endured, how much effort he had put in, how many plans he had messed up, and how many sleepless nights he had endured, from the moment he had decided to hide that matter until the moment Mute Granny hanged herself. From the moment they entered the palace until now, he had deliberately ignored her in order to provoke her into speaking up, to provoke her into rushing in front of him to argue with him. But who would have thought that this woman would ask such a question the moment she opened her mouth? It's Gu again. It's Gu again. As it turned out, she had unconditionally trusted him in Medicine Ghost Valley only because he was the Gu Chi Sha she loathed. Now that it was Gu, she immediately began to question her trust. This time, Han Yunshi fell silent. Han Yunshi, answer this prince's question. Long Fei Yi said angrily. Gu brought me to find Mute Granny, so if he's really Gu Chi Sha, then he definitely wouldn't have hidden the antidote for himself, Han Yunshi replied objectively. She was not an idiot. Back then, she had indeed been prejudiced against Gu Chi Sha, which was why she had blindly believed that Gu Chi Sha had tricked them. But now that she was facing Gu Chi Sha, she was not biased. She was only thinking rationally. Even though she did not say it outright, everyone understood what she was implying. Whoever had hidden the antidote for the broomcorn millet poison would have Mute Granny in their hands. By hiding Mute Granny, they were undoubtedly hiding the mystery of her origins. You think that Mute Granny is in this prince's hands? He did not know what Long Fei Ye's expression was like in the carriage, but he actually went straight to the point. Gu wouldn't have hidden it for himself? Then why did he put in the ineffective powder? Why did the ineffective powder so coincidentally turn the porcelain bottle black? Long Fei Yi asked again. Gu was not only pill fiend, he was also the black-robed man who had barged into the hidden pavilion. He had done all of this to arouse Han Yunshi's suspicions. He would definitely not let this matter rest. He, Long Fei Yi, had never needed to lie to any woman, but since he had already told this woman, he would definitely not admit to it. Even if he died, he would not admit it. In the face of Long Fei Ye's questioning, Han Yunshi recalled what Gu had said that night. She was in a mess. In the end, she said indifferently, "Your Highness, just pretend that I didn't ask." With that, she powerlessly turned and left. However, Long Fei Yi alighted from the carriage and shouted angrily, "Han Yunshi, stop right there." Han Yunshi really did stop in her tracks. "Does your Highness have any other orders? You still haven't answered this prince's question. Do you think that Mute Granny is in this prince's hands?" Long Fei Ye's dark eyes were filled with stubbornness. However, Han Yunshi remained silent. Long Fei Yi grabbed her hand fiercely. "Answer me." However, Han Yunshi ultimately lowered her head. This man's contemptuous smile in the brothel had pierced her heart. She was no longer the foolish woman who would stare at him foolishly. Before she could clearly distinguish right from wrong, she wouldn't believe Gu. She wouldn't believe him. She wouldn't believe anyone. Finally, Long Fei Yi released her hand and coldly ordered, "Someone, send her back to the Han estate." Han Yunshi's heart skipped a beat, but a self-deprecating smile appeared on her face. She had guessed correctly. Bailey Mingxiang had been lying to her all this time. "Fine, I'll go back. Long Fei Yi, if I go back, I'll never come back." Bailey Mingxiang was scared out of her wits. She didn't dare to persuade His Highness Duke of Qin and could only chase after esteemed Wang Fei. Unfortunately, by the time she chased after him, the coachman had already left and Long Fei Yi had already disappeared. Looking at the empty space behind her, Bailey Mingxiang suddenly didn't know how to persuade him. At this moment, any words would be useless. His Highness Duke of Qin really had left. Han Yunshi didn't take the carriage, but endured the pain in her legs to walk back to the Han estate. Bailey Mingxiang followed her all the way until she settled down at the Han estate. As soon as Long Feiyi returned to the Duke of Qin's estate, he ordered Chu Shifeng to do something. Stop all of Pill Fiend Pharmacy's construction. He ordered cold. Chu Shifeng could clearly sense His Highness Duke of Qin's rage, but he still asked timidly, "What about South Ning Prefecture? Stop everything." Long Feiyi raged. Chu Shifeng had no choice but to do as he was told. His Highness had just told him to secretly build a large pharmacy in South Ning Prefecture that was twice as big as the one in the capital. Moreover, His Highness and Medicine City's Wang Gong had designed the blueprints together. It looks like it's not just a simple argument this time. Chu Shifeng could only do as he was told. As soon as he left, Tang Li showed up. Tang Li was about to fall ill from boredom at the hidden pavilion. Now that he was spared, he was as happy as a bird released from its cage. "Big bro, when you're better, we brothers can work together and kill off that Gu guy. I refuse to believe he's so lucky. Go to Celestial Mountain for me," Long Feiyi said. Tang Li's expression changed. What for? He had run away from the wedding and caused the Tang clan to offend the bride's faction. His father had kept the bride's side in check, while having Aunt Ru lead a group of people to search for him. Meanwhile, he was hiding in the most dangerous and safest hidden pavilion. Every month, he would release a fake trail to lure the old folks into running in circles. This month, Aunt Ru and the rest would probably go to Celestial Mountain as well. If he went there now, he'd be seeking death. "Go see my master for me." Long Feiyi's sorrowful tone made Tang Li feel heavy as well. He sighed softly and said, "All right, I'll go." Afterwards, Long Feiyi met with General Bailey again. The two of them had a secret conversation behind closed doors, but it was impossible to know what they discussed. As soon as General Bailey returned to the Bailey estate, he transferred a few mermaid soldiers to hide in the Han estate's lake and wait for orders. Meanwhile, Long Feiyi returned to his quarters to continue treating his wounds. His seclusion lasted for 10 days and 10 nights. Within those 10 days, the capital city fell into chaos. Then all of Tianning fell into chaos. 3 days later, General Mu discovered that the gunpowder had exploded inside the military depot, not outside the walls. When Emperor Tianhui found out, he flew into a rage and questioned the Mu family about their secret stash of gunpowder. General Mu denied it, saying that the location of the explosion wasn't enough evidence. As for the truth, whether one of his subordinates had stashed the gunpowder away, or someone had planted the evidence to frame them still needed to be investigated. Without any evidence, Emperor Tianhui had no right to condemn the Mu family. Still, he reduced General Mu's military authority in front of all the civil and military officials and gave the 1st Artillery Corps to the Minister of War, Lord Wu, to take charge of. Naturally, he gave the gunpowder storehouse to the Ministry of War as well. At the same time, because the Imperial Guards still hadn't found the whereabouts of the crossbowmen, Emperor Tianhui removed Mu Qingwu from his position as Great General of the Imperial Guards and replaced him with Deputy General Meng Zhan. It had to be said that the Mu family had taken a huge tumble this time. The Imperial Guards and the 1st Artillery Corps were all elite soldiers who were directly responsible for the safety of the capital city. How could anyone not feel heartache when they were gone? The Mu family's hearts were dripping blood, but Crown Prince Long Tianma felt even worse. As soon as court was over, the Crown Prince lost his cool and rushed straight to the Mu family to interrogate Mu Qingwu. "Just what's the deal with that commander of the Imperial Guards? Speak." Mu Qingwu's face was filled with resentment, but he didn't speak. Long Tianma glared at General Mu. "Great General, speak." General Mu's expression was grave as he fell silent. "If you don't speak, how can this Crown Prince help you? Imperial Father is only taking the first step. Don't you know that noble consort Chu's already been favored? If you keep pillow talk, you'll have no choice but to admit to your secret stash of gunpowder. Long Tianmo raged. Finally, Mu Qingwu couldn't take it anymore. Father, His Highness Crown Prince has the right to know. Chapter 501. For Mu Qingwu to say something like this, there was no doubt that this father and son pair knew about the betrayal of the imperial army. Even though he didn't know the truth, Long Tianmo was even angrier. He slammed his fist on the table. You! Good. Very good. He and Mu Qingwu had done so much and had gained his father's trust in the beginning. However, after his father summoned the Mu family to ask about the betrayal of the imperial army, everything began to change. If it wasn't for the betrayal of the imperial army arousing his father's suspicion, things would not have developed to this point. If it was before, based on his father's trust in the Mu family, he wouldn't have stripped them of their military power so quickly just because of the gunpowder explosion in the armory. At least his father would still consider and hesitate. They could still fight for the time his father had to consider and hesitate. But now the entire court was laughing at the Eastern Palace. Who didn't know that the emperor suppressing the Mu family was questioning the Eastern Palace? Seeing that General Mu still didn't speak, Long Tianma's face twisted in anger. He was about to flick his sleeves and leave when General Mu suddenly spoke up. Your Highness, please calm your anger. This general has his own difficulties. Speak. Long Tianma forcefully suppressed his temper. But as soon as Great General Mu uttered a name, Long Tianma smashed the most precious gold-threaded cedar wood tea table in the general's estate with his fist. This name was without a doubt Mu Liyue. Even though he was facing Mu Liyue's father and brother, Long Tianma couldn't help but draw his sword. This prince will kill her. Mu Qingwu quickly stopped him. Actually, when he found out who the traitor of the imperial army was, he knew what was going on. That was why he didn't hesitate to kill him. As for the two captains in the imperial prison, they only obeyed and knew nothing, so they couldn't get anything out of them. Let go. Long Tianma's face sunk. General Mu kneeled in front of him. Your Highness, please calm your anger. My unfilial daughter has done such a ridiculous and muddle-headed thing. This general really has no face to face you. Long Tianma snorted coldly. You've kept it a secret until now. Do you still have any shame? Mu Qingwu sighed deeply and knelt down as well. Your Highness, my sister deserves to die 10,000 deaths, but she is the Crown Prince's wife. Upon hearing this, Long Tianma calmed down. Crown Princess. How could he forget that Mu Liyue had such a title? The Crown Prince Consort, his woman, the mistress of the Eastern Palace. Mu Liyue had committed a crime with such an identity, so it was destined that this matter had to be kept a secret. Otherwise, not only would the Mu family suffer, but even the Eastern Palace would suffer. Imperial father was already so suspicious. If she exposed Mu Liyue, it would undoubtedly give Imperial father the opportunity to suppress him. Your Highness, please don't lower yourself to Liyue's level for the time being. When this matter is over, I will definitely teach her a lesson. Your Highness, the best thing to do now is to quickly find those crossbowmen. Otherwise, His Majesty will definitely pursue this matter. The Mu family's father and son both earnestly advised. Mu Qingwu wholeheartedly protected the overall situation, and General Mu also had some selfish motives. He was reluctant to part with his daughter. Long Tianma fell to the side, his heart extremely uncomfortable. The thing he regretted the most in his life, but also the thing he couldn't regret the most, was marrying Mu Liyue. Of course, when he married Mu Liyue, it was for the Mu family. Now that things had reached this point, it was time to let the Mu family play its true role. After a long silence, Long Tianma lowered his voice. The two of you, rather than trembling in fear and being trampled on by others, why don't you? He didn't continue speaking, but made a motion of drawing his sword. Without a doubt, this was an attempt to rebel. Mu Qingwu was shocked, but General Mu wasn't surprised. He had long guessed that this day would come, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. Neither father nor son said a word. Long Tianma lowered his voice even further. If we don't do it now, when will we? Once Imperial Father takes away all of your military power, it'll be too late for regret. Unfortunately, the Mu family's father and son still remained silent. General Mu usually looked crude, impulsive, and had a bad temper, but he was still very cautious when it came to such important matters. The Mu family had been through 2 generations of Tianning's monarchs. They had been able to maintain a neutral stance in the past, win Emperor Tianhui's deep trust, and control such a large military power. This was enough to prove that General Mu wasn't simple. As for Mu Qingwu, his heart wasn't so complicated. He didn't want to be loyal to anyone but Tianning and the common people. Once there was internal strife, the ones who would suffer the most would be the innocent people. Long Tianma was well aware of the Mu family's attitude. He remained silent, but he didn't stay silent to the end. Soon enough, he left behind a few words and strode away. He said, "Fine. Count it as this crown prince's loss this time. I'll put this debt on Mu Liuyue's head." Long Tianma hadn't even left the courtyard when General Mu chased after him. "Your Highness Crown Prince. Your Highness Crown Prince, please wait." Mu Qingwu followed behind him, watching his father's once tall and sturdy figure become so haggard and old. A trace of sorrow rose in his heart. He also felt that Mu Liyue deserved to die for this matter. Unfortunately, he knew that his father wouldn't just sit by and watch. Liyue looked too much like his late mother. Moreover, no matter how much parents spoiled their children, it was still within reason. After all, they were blood relatives. Many times, Mu Qingwu would rather be born in a heartless and cold-blooded imperial family. That place didn't have the shackles of kinship. As soon as General Mu chased after him, Long Tianma knew he had a chance. He couldn't marry Mu Liyue for nothing. As expected, General Mu murmured, "Your Highness Crown Prince, this soldier will remember this matter in my heart." But the current Imperial Guard. Before he could finish, Long Tianma laughed coldly. "Many of the Imperial Guards were promoted by your Mu family troop. Moreover, aren't the cannoneers in the Ministry of War's hands? The wisest thing Emperor Tianhui had done in his life was to seize the chance to take back the cannoneers from General Mu's estate. This was something he'd wanted to do for a long time. But the stupidest thing he'd done was to hand over the cannoneers and gunpowder stores to the Minister of War. After all, the Minister of War had long been Long Tianma's man. When Chu Qingge had received a squad of archers as her dowry, it was the Minister of War who'd suggested leaving them at the borders under the command of the cavalry general Great General Ning. After the Minister of War's suggestion, the Crown Prince wanted to follow suit, but it was General Mu who told him to avoid suspicion. General Mu nodded helplessly, but he still couldn't make up his mind. "This is a serious matter, and it's come so suddenly. I ask that your Highness give this soldier some time to think it over." Long Tianma nodded. "Fine. This Crown Prince will give you time, but you should make your preparations by now." Everything had happened too suddenly. He never expected his imperial father to be so suspicious, but since his father would rather believe an outsider like Chu Qingge than him, then he shouldn't blame him for abandoning their father-son relationship. When the emperor had used his life to deal with the Duke of Qin and Qin Wangfei, he'd forgotten about his imperial father in his heart. Just like that, the Eastern Palace and General Mu's estate began to make their preparations. The heavy responsibility of hunting down the archers fell to the new commander of the Imperial Guards, Meng Zhan. This man was loyal and devoted to Emperor Tianhui, and was known to be strict with his new post. He started a new round of manhunts that left everyone on edge. Emperor Tianhui doted on Chu Qingge again. He was already prepared for this, so after a round of pillow talk from Chu Qingge, he finally gave the Imperial Guards a special order to search the residences of the various members of the Imperial clan. After all, the imperial guards were limited in their search of the various residences before this. Once the news spread, all of the upper-class nobles were thrown into an uproar. Meanwhile, the Duke of Qin's estate was the quietest. Wang Fei wasn't at home, while His Highness Duke of Qin was in closed-door cultivation. Su Xiaoyu had returned because Pill Fiend Pharmacy had stopped working. She spent all day with Zhao Mama, the two of them looking at each other in silence. As for the Han estate, Han Yunxi hadn't said a word for days. To outsiders, it looked like she was hiding in her rooms to sleep, but in reality, she'd locked herself up in the large space of the detox system. Back in the black market, she'd mixed perplexing butterfly illusion and beauty's tears into the poison pond before leaving them in the detox system. She was supposed to hide in there for some peace and quiet, but discovered that the three poisons seemed to be reacting with each other. Although she wasn't sure what was going on, she could sense that the perplexing butterfly illusion's corrosive properties were weakening. Of course, there were plenty of other things she could do in the detox system, such as manually organizing the massive storehouse of medicinal ingredients. In the past, she'd make herself busy whenever she was in a bad mood. She'd be very busy, but the busier she was, the better she felt. That was why she couldn't care less about her moods. But damn it, why did she keep making mistakes this time? She'd actually messed up the orderly storehouse until it was a complete mess. In the end, she had no choice but to waste her brain power to have the system tidy things up. After that, she'd start messing around again, messing things up. If Long Fei found out one day that she was hiding in the Han estate, what would his reaction be? Today, Long Fei emerged from his closed-door cultivation, half of his injuries healed. As soon as he emerged, Chu Tianyin came with news. Your Highness, as you expected, the Chu clan has made their move. Are you done packing? Long Fei asked mildly. Everything's been packed, just. Chu Tianyin didn't dare to continue. Without a doubt, everything under His Highness's name had been taken care of except for one woman. It wasn't clear whether Long Fei knew what he meant, but he only said coldly, You should make preparations as well. Your lordship will leave the city tonight. All right, Chu Tianyin could only pretend he hadn't said a word. That night, something big happened at the general's estate. The commander of the Imperial Guards led a group of men to personally search the estate and found dozens of crossbow archers hiding in an abandoned latrine in the rear courtyard. Of course, the archers had fled, but Meng Zhan had personally shot two of them. News of this sent the entire city into an uproar. Meng Zhan sent men to chase after the archers while surrounding General Mu's estate. Emperor Tianhui was furious. That very night, he issued orders to strip the Mu father and son of their authority as generals, take back all command tokens, and imprison them in the justice courts to await trial. But just as the Mu father and son were being escorted to the imperial prisons, 3 cannon blasts came from outside the city. The cannoneers had rebelled first. For a moment, the entire capital city was thrown into chaos. The Mu father and son had no choice but to join forces with the old imperial guards and officially raise their troops on their way to the imperial prisons. When there was a mutiny in the capital, attacking the imperial palace was their first priority. Emperor Tianhui spat out a mouthful of blood in his imperial study. Fortunately, more than half of the imperial guards were on hand to hold back the enemy. Chu Qingga never expected things to get so serious, while the hidden Chu Tianyin was even more surprised. Everything had gone according to plan, but Long Tianma's move had ruined all of his efforts. Everyone fled in the chaos of the night, but the Han estate had long been deserted. Where was everyone? Chapter 502. Where were the Han family members? Where was Han Yunxi? When there was a coup d'état, it was common to take advantage of the chaos to burn, kill, and plunder. Amidst the chaos, Long Tianma still had the time to send people to protect her. Qin Wangfei had been living in the Han family for a few days, and those who cared about her knew about it. Unfortunately, Long Tianma's trusted aide came empty-handed. As soon as she left, Mu Qingwu sent over his trusted aide from the imperial army. Unfortunately, there was also no one to be seen. In reality, the first to arrive wasn't Long Tianma and Mu Qingwu's men, but Gu. However, Gu had already turned the Han family upside down, but there was no sign of Han Yunxi. Where was she? Of course, this group of people had all gone to the Duke of Qin's residence. Only then did they find out that the Duke of Qin's residence was also empty. Such a coincidence must have been the Duke of Qin's doing. Long Tianma and Mu Qingwu received this news just as they were about to attack the palace gate. Mu Qingwu didn't say anything, but Long Tianma sighed softly. All of this. In the end, it couldn't escape Imperial Uncle Qin's control. The Duke of Qin was able to leave the city early and evacuate so cleanly, leaving both residences empty. Without a doubt, he had long predicted that Long Tianma would raise an army to rebel and had long made preparations. Long Tianma finally understood why Imperial Father had made such a big move this time and put the Mu family to death. Imperial Uncle Qin must have played a part in this. He knew that in this game, he had also become Imperial Uncle Qin's chess piece, but he didn't care. Without Imperial Uncle Qin adding fuel to the fire, how could General Mu have been forced to jump over the wall? Everyone felt that this coup d'état was sudden, but he felt that it was too slow and too late. Resentment had been brewing in his heart for a long time. While they were attacking the palace gates, the sound of cannons came from the other side. Without a doubt, the city gates had been breached. Once the cannons arrived, they were invincible. Who could stop them? As the cannons rumbled, the morale of the Crown Prince's army was greatly boosted. The huge wooden stakes slammed into the thick and heavy palace gates with loud bangs. It looked like the gates were about to be smashed open. Inside the palace, Emperor Tianhui was sitting in his imperial study, but the various concubines and servants had long packed up their valuables and fled. Of course, there were plenty of loyal servants who stood guard outside the study, swearing to follow Emperor Tianhui to their deaths. Currently, a few important officials and the commander of the Imperial Guard, Meng Zhan, were all in the Imperial study, urging Emperor Tianhui to retreat. Emperor Tianhui's face was ashen white as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He'd been plagued with illness for the past 6 months, but tonight's blow had aged him overnight. A man in his 40s looked even older than a man in his 50s or 60s. Hearing the chaos outside, the hands hidden in his sleeves trembled uncontrollably. Perhaps it was anger, or perhaps it was fear. "Your Majesty, the palace gates are about to be breached. Let's go." "Your Majesty, it'll be too late if we don't retreat now. The Crown Prince and the Mu family have committed treason and heresy. They have sent troops without justification and will definitely lose the support of the people. This humble subject boldly suggests that Your Majesty move the capital to Xijing and mobilize the elite troops from the central and western regions to surround the rebel army. Tonight we've only lost a single city." Hearing Meng Zhan's words, Emperor Tianhui recovered from his shock. Meng Zhan was right. Tonight, they'd only lost the capital. If they didn't leave now, they'd lose all of Tianing. The Crown Prince had gained the upper hand in the capital only because he had the 1st Artillery Corps. But Tianing had more than one artillery corps. The capital, northwest, and central regions each had their own 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Artillery Corps. Although the Mu family had been in charge of the foot soldiers for years, not all of them were trusted subordinates of the Mu family. After the mutiny, the various generals stationed in the various regions would naturally choose a better tree to live in. Not all of them were under the Mu family's control. In the end, Emperor Tianhui was still able to stabilize the situation. He immediately ordered a retreat, but the palace had already been breached. Both the east and west gates had been blocked off, leaving only the north and south escape route. In the midst of the chaos, Chu Qingge gave Emperor Tianhui an idea. Emperor Tianhui immediately decided to disguise himself as a eunuch and had Meng Zhan and the rest disguise themselves as his bodyguards. They mixed into the fleeing servants and escaped through the north gate. Meanwhile, all of the servants and family members were to escape through the south gate to lure away the rebel army. Just as Emperor Tianhui was about to leave, Chu Qingge stepped forward. "Your Majesty, Chen Xie may be so bold as to make a presumptuous request." Faced with imminent disaster, Emperor Tianhui was in no mood to be good-tempered. "What is it?" he asked coldly. "Chen Xie wants to disguise as you and head for the south gate. First, I'll lure away the crown prince and the rest. Second, I'll wait for a chance to kill them all," Chu Qingge said seriously. At her words, everyone remembered that this noble consort knew martial arts as well. Moreover, her archery skills were top-notch. Finding a eunuch to pretend to be Emperor Tianhui to lure away the rebel army might not buy them much time. If Chu Qingge was the one doing the job, she might even have a chance to turn the tables. Once the crown prince died, the dragons would be leaderless and the situation would be completely different. Emperor Tianhui was thrilled. "All right. As long as you kill that unfilial son for Zhen, you'll be Tianning's empress." Empress? Chu Qingge's heart filled with bitterness. She wanted nothing more than for Emperor Tianhui to die in the chaos, but she had no choice but to protect him. If for no other reason than the fact that she wasn't pregnant with Tianhui's child yet. "As long as your Majesty is safe and sound, Chen Xie will be perfectly satisfied," Chu Qingge said against her will. Emperor Tianhui was deeply moved. He gripped Chu Qingge's hand tightly and said, "Qingge, Zhen will wait for you at the Sevenly Bridge outside the city." Chu Qingge nodded and slipped his hand out of her grasp. Then she turned and left. The flames of war in the capital city burned for days and night. Rumors said that on the night of the rebellion, the crown prince hadn't even caught up to Emperor Tianhui before he was ambushed by a high-level expert. Fortunately, a group of black-robed guards helped him survive. Another rumor said that General Mu had caught up to Emperor Tianhui himself and killed him at the south gate. Another rumor said that Emperor Tianhui hadn't died, but had long escaped from the north gate. Instead, it was General Mu who'd been killed by Mengzhan in the chaos. The flames of war burned for 5 days and 5 nights. As the capital city grew calm, many of the preposterous rumors were dispelled. Actually, Emperor Tianhui had successfully escaped from the capital while Chu Qingge had run into General Mu. Both of them had been injured in their duel. While Emperor Tianhui was still on his way to West Jing, the crown prince had declared himself emperor in the capital city. On one hand, he continued to chase after Emperor Tianhui, while on the other, he actively recruited powerful officials and local powers. While the capital was in chaos, Tianning's various powers began to express their views. Some denounced the crown prince, some pledged their support to Emperor Tianhui, while others supported the crown prince and defected to Tianhui's side. Still, it was impossible to ignore the fact that the powers of the central regions and Jiangnan, whether it was the military or the large counties and prefectures, all pushed His Highness Duke of Qin forward and supported him as emperor. Hearing the news, Emperor Tianhui viciously smashed a teacup in his carriage. Duke of Qin. He seemed to suddenly realize something as rage filled his heart. It took him a long time to recover before he spat up a mouthful of blood and fainted. Imperial Physician Gu. Quick, find Imperial Physician Gu. Chu Qingge shouted. But no one found Gu Beiwei, the Imperial Physician. Nobody knew that Gu Beiwei had been the first to leave the palace on the night of the coup. Although Long Tianma had long expected this, he still couldn't help but clench his fists when he heard the news. His expression was gloomy for days. After all, Tianning's central regions only had 3 prefectures, but they were all extremely large and populous. Meanwhile, Tianning's Jiangnan was not only Tianning's most fertile land, but also the richest in all of Cloud Realm continent. It was a land of fish and rice, rich in natural resources. In other words, it had a lot of people and plenty of grain. Father and son had fought each other to the death, but the Duke of Qin had gotten the most out of it without any effort at all. Emperor Tianhui denounced Long Tianma and the Mu family for treason and heresy for usurping the throne. Long Tianma immediately retorted by accusing Emperor Tianhui of listening to slander and failing to distinguish right from wrong by framing and killing loyal subjects. Father and son fought each other to death, but the Duke of Qin didn't say a word. He kept a low profile, but his voice was the loudest and most popular. A month later, Tianning's situation had settled. Emperor Tianhui had taken control of the 10 prefectures in the northwest from West Liang and used the name of Tianning. Long Tianma had taken over the capital and 7 prefectures in the northeast and used the name of Tianan. Meanwhile, the central and southern regions remained as they were. No one dared to seek refuge with Tianning or Tianan, much less rise up in rebellion. Very soon, rumors began to spread that the Duke of Qin would attack the capital and swallow up the 10 prefectures in the northwest. Both Emperor Tianhui and Long Tianma grew restless, while the armies of Jiangnan and the central regions grew restless. But in reality, no one knew where His Highness Duke of Qin was. After that night in the capital, His Highness Duke of Qin seemed to have vanished into thin air. He never showed his face in public again. Meanwhile, Han Yunxi was still sitting in her carriage. She knew what was going on as soon as she saw the chaos in the capital. It wasn't because she was smart, but because she'd gotten a good grasp of Long Feiye's methods after interacting with him for so long. When she overheard the conversation between Long Feiye and Emperor Tianhui in the imperial study, she already knew which move the Long Feiye would make. She was about to tell 7th Madam to pack up and leave when the Bailey Army's mermaid soldiers suddenly appeared and took them out of the city via the waterways. After leaving the city, 7th Madam and the rest were arranged to take a different route while she boarded the carriage alone. The mermaid soldiers said that His Highness Duke of Qin wanted to see her. Who knew that they'd end up traveling for an entire month towards the south? It was more like a sightseeing trip, with beautiful scenery along the way. Occasionally, they'd hear news about Emperor Tianhui and Long Tianma, but Han Yunxi wasn't in the mood to pay attention to such details. She was very quiet the entire time. At first, she didn't ask any questions, but allowed the mermaid soldiers to arrange things. All she did was follow them, and when she was bored, she'd hide in the detox system and sleep for an entire afternoon. But gradually, she couldn't take it anymore. Long Feiye said he wanted to see her, but where was he? Where was he? Where was he? She asked the mermaid soldiers multiple times, but none of them knew. All they said was that His Highness Duke of Qin had ordered them to head towards South Ning Prefecture. Didn't that bastard allow her to go back to the Han estate? Why was he still looking for her? If he wanted to find her, then so be it. Why did he have her head south for so long without showing his face? Just what did he want? Han Yunxi was so angry that she almost poisoned the mermaid soldiers and fled, but she didn't. Instead, she grew even more taciturn and didn't ask any questions. Until one day, the carriage slowly came to a stop in front of an estate. "Esteemed Wang Fei, please get off the carriage," the mermaid soldier reported in a low voice. Han Yunxi had just emerged from the detox system and was still groggy. She got off the carriage as soon as she heard the words "get off," but she froze when she saw the familiar doors. Chapter 503. Aside from the Duke of Qin's estate, this was the place where Han Yunxi had lived the longest. Even the Han estate couldn't compare to this place. Han Yunxi stood at the entrance, staring blankly at the large horizontal board. Here, he had stood behind her and recited the poem, Divinator? Praise of the Plum Blossoms. Here, he had asked her what was precious. She had replied, "If one wishes to obtain the heart of one, they will never part even when their hair turns white." Here, she had gotten used to leaning on his shoulder to sleep. He had accompanied her through Tianning's coldest winter. This was the famous Jiangnan Plum Blossom Sea, the most famous of Jiangnan's 3 great gardens. It was named after the plum blossoms that bloomed like a sea every winter and spring. This place was the New Year's gift from Long Feiye to her. She had kept the command tablet in her medical pouch. Everything from last winter was still vivid in her mind. When she left, she had wondered if she could stay for another season, but, Long Fei Yi, summer hasn't even passed yet. How did we become like this? Are you in the estate? Esteemed Wang Fei, please. The mermaid soldier presented the command tablet to the Plum Blossom Gardens, interrupting Han Yunxi's thoughts. Without a doubt, the medical pouch was in his hands. He had taken the command tablet out of it. Han Yunxi was silent for a long time before she finally asked, "Is His Highness inside?" Esteemed Wang Fei, please forgive me. This subordinate isn't clear. This subordinate only received orders to send you here yesterday, the mermaid soldier replied truthfully. Han Yunxi silently took the command tablet and stepped into Jiangnan's Plum Blossom Sea. Once inside, she hurried towards the small hot springs. She didn't know why she was in such a rush, but she was. She had almost rushed to the small hot springs when she came to an abrupt halt at the entrance. Only when she saw the emptiness of the small building did she regain her senses. He wasn't here. She smiled faintly, laughing at her own impatience. What was there to be anxious about? What was the difference between seeing him and not seeing him? He probably didn't want to see her, right? Otherwise, he would have come after promising her for a month, no matter how busy he was. But why did he leave her here in the Plum Blossom Sea? She couldn't even get him, so what was the point of these worldly things? Han Yunxi found a mermaid soldier. Where is the Han family? His Highness has already arranged a residence in the South Ning County. Princess Consort, please be at ease. The mermaid soldier honestly replied. Prepare the car. I'm going to South Ning, Han Yunxi said calmly. The mermaid soldiers did not receive any orders from His Highness, so they could only listen to their mistress. However, just as the carriage was ready, the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. Thunder rumbled and a torrential downpour was imminent. Han Yunxi could only wait for the rain to stop. She sat on the doorstep and watched the rain get heavier. She unconsciously fell into a daze again. She didn't know that Long Fei Yi had been watching her from a distance. Over the past month, Tianning had been in turmoil, but this ruler of all things had done nothing. He had followed Han Yunxi's carriage from north to south, protecting her in secret and keeping her company in silence. He clearly said that he wanted to see her, and he clearly saw her all the time, but she didn't know. At this moment, she didn't know if he was looking at the rain, at her, or at a daze. His dark eyes were as deep and unfathomable as the sea. His brows were furrowed like swords. He could control the entire world, but not a single woman. Suddenly, a white shadow flew past Han Yunxi's back. Sensing the movement, Han Yunxi immediately turned back. Long Fei Yi wanted to leave, but it was too late. Han Yunxi had caught him red-handed. Lil Thing was panting as it pounced nearby. It had been struggling for a month to lure Mama Yunxi to see Papa Long, but had never found a chance. The rain had finally given it a chance. It only hoped that the next time Papa Long grabbed it by the tail, it wouldn't end up in such a miserable state. Han Yunxi never expected to see Long Fei Yi like this. She gave a start, feeling like she was dreaming. When she turned back, she saw him right behind her. Long Fei Yi glanced in the direction Lil Thing had flown off in before letting Han Yunxi look on, without batting an eyelid. Damn it, the two of them were silent as soon as they met. In the end, Long Fei Yi simply turned to leave. You stop right there, Han Yunxi said coldly. Long Fei Yi really did stop, his back especially silent. What did you find me for? Han Yunxi asked mildly. Long Fei Yi didn't reply. After standing there for a while, he prepared to leave. Han Yunxi watched him leave step by step before chasing after him into the rain. She reached him and threw the Plum Garden command token at him. Give me back my medical pouch. Long Fei Yi didn't catch it, but the ceramic command token shattered into pieces. He looked down at the same time she did the same. Her palms began to ache as she stared at the fragments. Fine, he finally spoke. She looked up at him, only to see him as usual, his face cold and still. "Your lordship will go get it. When will you bring it? I want to leave this place," she said cold. He was silent for a while before replying mildly, "I don't know." After saying that, he really left, disappearing into the curtain of rain. Han Yunshi stood in the rain in a daze. She felt like the whole world was raining, and it was raining cats and dogs. After the rain, Long Feiyi disappeared, and Han Yunshi fell seriously ill. She had a severe cold and a high fever. The servant found a physician to take her pulse and prescribe medicine. Unfortunately, when the servant brought the medicine to her mouth, she flung it away and broke 3 big bowls in the morning. In the end, he had appeared. She woke up in a daze and saw him sitting by the bed, looking at her gently. She thought that she was dreaming again and quickly closed her eyes, afraid that she would wake up. "Drink the medicine." She woke up the moment he spoke. When she saw his silent face, she knew that this wasn't a dream. He personally fed the medicine to her mouth. She turned her head away, refusing to look at him. He still fed her the medicine, but she angrily picked it up and smashed it on the ground. "Long Feiyi, what do you want?" "Drink the medicine," he said mildly. "Answer my question," she said angrily. After waiting for a month, he didn't say anything when they met and didn't allow her to leave. Was he playing with her? She had a high fever, and when she got angry, her face turned even redder. Just as she finished speaking, she coughed violently, coughing so hard that her heart and lungs hurt. His tone was anxious. "Drink the medicine first, then I'll answer you." "What if I don't?" She challenged him coldly. It wasn't that she was arrogant, but that she was so angry that she didn't feel well. He didn't say anything and suddenly drank a big mouthful of medicine. Then, he grabbed her chin and fiercely sealed her mouth, passing the medicine over. She struggled desperately and hit him, but he didn't let go. After he finished feeding her the medicine in her mouth, he drank another big mouthful and continued. She was so angry that she threw a punch and accidentally hit him in the chest. At that moment, he immediately let go of her and turned his head away, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His internal injury had only recovered by 50%. How could he withstand such a close distance and a punch to the injury? She was instantly stunned. She stared blankly at his face that suddenly turned pale, not knowing what to do. What happened to him? He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and continued to feed her the medicine. "Finish it." "Long Feiyi, you're injured?" she exclaimed. Although she didn't understand, she guessed that it was an internal injury when she saw that he didn't seem to be hurt. His martial arts were so good, so how could he have an internal injury? Who did it? How much strength could her fist have? Just one punch was enough to make him spit out blood. How serious was his injury? He ignored her question and was as stubborn as a child, refusing to give up. "Finish it. What happened to you? What happened? Tell me. What have you been doing for the past month?" She anxiously pushed his hand away and wanted to check his chest, but he stubbornly brought the medicine over. "Finish it. Long Feiyi, what happened to you? Tell me." Han Yunshi cried, her tears falling. At this moment, the fear and grievances of the past month all came rushing up. "Long Feiyi, what happened to you? What's wrong?" He hastily wiped away her tears, but there was no end to them. "I'm fine," he said mildly. "Liar." She was so fierce. He clearly spat out blood, so how could he be fine? "I'm really fine. Be good and drink the medicine first." He was still worried about the medicine. He couldn't ruin his body after all this time. "I won't drink it." He couldn't do anything about her stubbornness, so he could only reply. "Kenzo's men hurt me. It's nothing serious." "Your master?" Han Yunshi was stunned. Duanmu Yao couldn't hurt him. Few people in Tianshan Kenzo could either. Why did he leave with Duanmu Yao that day in such a hurry? He didn't even explain himself, and didn't even let her follow him? No, it was martial uncle, Song Chiozi, he said mildly. If it wasn't about Master, he would be willing to tell her. As for Master, he wouldn't tell her, nor would he let her see him. What happened? Han Yunshi asked seriously. The internal strife between the sects has already been resolved. He was so calm and collected. If he'd fought with Song Chiozi, he wouldn't have been injured so badly. Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me anything? She demanded. Things happened so suddenly. So speaking, he offered her the medicine again. I won't drink it. She pushed it aside. I'll take a look at your injuries. Drink the medicine first, he said seriously. She knitted her brows, her eyes red with tears as she didn't move. Helpless, he could only set the medicine down and take off his robes. Even after so long, she could still see the handprint on his chest, a testament to Song Chiozi's ruthlessness. Her heart ached at the sight, but she didn't dare to touch him for fear of hurting him. Just then, I really deserve to die. Drink the medicine first, won't you? He was close to begging her. He'd never begged anyone in his life before. The 3 prefectures of the central region and the 15 cities of Jiangnan were all waiting for his command, but here he was begging a woman to drink medicine. But this woman refused to drink it. You suspect that Gu and I aren't innocent. You're looking down on me. This wasn't a question, but a definite accusation. His hands stiffened. No, he said quickly. But he quickly added, I can't kill you, but I'll kill Gu Qishao. He did mind. I didn't do it on purpose. Back then. She hastily explained the situation to him. For the sake of avoiding that black-robed expert, she and Gu had no choice but to do so. Later on, she dressed Gu's wounds before putting on her clothes properly. That wasn't on purpose at all. Leaving aside the fact that it was her savior who'd been hurt, even if it wasn't, she couldn't care less in such an urgent situation. Gu's injuries were too severe, so saving him was a race against time. Despite her explanations, his face was still gloomy. I'll never forgive you. Drink the medicine. Chapter 504. I'll never forgive you. With a single sentence, he pronounced Han Yunshi's death sentence. Her eyes were red from crying as she stared at him innocently, as if she didn't understand the meaning of his words. Drink the medicine, he urged again. Whether Tianning was in Chaos or Cloud Realm continent, the most important thing in the world was the bowl of medicine in his hands. Han Yunshi stared at him for a long time, her lips pursed tightly. She didn't speak or drink. Long Feiyi was probably the most patient person in his life. Be good, don't make a fuss. The edge of the bowl was already pressed against Han Yunshi's lips, but she still didn't move. Drink it. He lowered his eyes, his temper so good that it seemed like he would never lose his temper. Only then did she speak. I really didn't do it on purpose. He avoided the topic. Drink the medicine. Will you forgive me? She asked seriously. There was no room for discussion, so he shook his head. She suddenly took the medicine and drank it all in one gulp. I've finished drinking it. This, Long Feiyi was surprised and startled. He should have sighed in relief when she finished the medicine, but now his heart felt even more stifled. I've finished it all, Han Yunshi said again. Long Feiyi replied mildly. Unexpectedly, Han Yunshi said, You can leave now. Just who was sentencing who to death? Long Feiyi stood rooted to the ground. Han Yunshi ignored him and lay down, covering herself with the covers and closing her eyes to sleep. The already quiet room grew even quieter, like a silent time. After a long time, Long Feiyi finally got up. Was he really leaving? Yes, he was really leaving. He turned to leave, step by step, away from the bed. Han Yunshi stole a glance, and was about to get up when Long Feiyi suddenly stopped. She hastily shut her eyes. Long Feiyi stood at the same spot for a while before returning to sit by the bed. However, he did not speak and only looked at her. Not long after, Han Yunshi opened her eyes. Just as she was about to speak, he said, I'll leave after you recover. Under the silk quilt, her hands were clenched tightly, but she replied nonchalantly, "Sure." He stayed just like that. This was like an unspoken agreement. He didn't mention anything about Gu, and she didn't chase after him to ask if he forgave her. He stayed by her bedside the entire day. Not only did he personally feed her medicine, he even fed her 3 meals. Every hour, he would touch her forehead to check if her fever had subsided. She was lying down, and he was sitting. The two of them did not speak for the entire day, but it was not awkward at all. At night, her fever had not completely subsided. He gently touched her forehead, as if he could not feel it. He leaned close to her and gently lifted her bangs. He pressed his face against her forehead to feel her temperature and casually said, "It seems to be quite hot." His smooth chin was right above the tip of her nose. At such a close distance, she could smell the most familiar scent. She said, "It should have subsided. I'll be fine tomorrow after a good night's sleep. Don't worry." He retreated, not forgetting to tidy up her bangs. His slender and good-looking fingers gently played with her hair. It was so gentle that it did not seem like him, Long Fei Yi. It was clearly just a small amount of bangs, but he fiddled with them for a long time. She did not move or make a sound, allowing him to do as he pleased. In the end, he still had to stop. Once he let go, her heart felt empty. "Let me see the wound on your shoulder." He actually remembered it all along. "It's healed. There's only a little scar left." It had been a month, and the white-clothed gentleman's medicine was very effective. "Let this prince take a look," he insisted. She could only take off her clothes and reveal her shoulder. As she said, the wound had completely healed, leaving only a shallow scar. He gently caressed it. She turned her head away, afraid that she would succumb to the gentleness in his hands. "I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose," he said mildly. After a while she said, "It's okay. I forgive you." His hand froze on her shoulder. She pushed it away without a trace, put on her clothes, and lazily snuggled into the blankets. "Aren't you going to treat your wound?" she asked. "Wait until you're asleep," he said. Thus, she immediately turned her back to him to sleep. He sat cross-legged on a short couch and treated his wound for an entire night. She kept her eyes open until dawn with her back facing him. They had agreed that they would leave once they were well. No matter how severe the typhoid or cold was, it would always get better, right? She turned over and saw him looking at her. Just like last night, he leaned over and pressed his cold cheek against her forehead. It subsided. He was very sure. She coughed a few times. She was very clear that as long as she took her medicine on time, she would be fine in at most 3 days. "Let the doctor take a look again," he said again. She answered mildly. When the doctor came, he actually said that her body was in good condition. He said that she would be fine after taking her medicine for another day. Her originally weak body had long been nourished by him using old hens and lobsters. Moreover, the medicine that the doctor prescribed for her were all treasures that took effect quickly. It was really impossible for her to stay sick forever. She was originally not someone who could lie down. She could clearly get out of bed, but she lay down for another day. On this day, he even personally attended to her. Not a single servant girl was allowed to enter. After feeding her medicine, he sat at the side and treated her wound. She quietly looked at him. Suddenly, she had an illusion that they were back in the cold winter of last year. 100 steps, compared to this time, which was closer and which was further. The next morning, Han Yunxi fully recovered. She decisively got out of bed and said straightforwardly, "Long Fei Yi, I'm fine." Long Fei Yi nodded. After a moment, he took out a command token. It was none other than the Plum C command token that had been smashed into pieces. He had actually fixed it back together. Although it was full of cracks, it was still intact. He said, "If you don't want to return to the Duke of Qin's residence, how about returning to Jiangnan's Plum C?" Han Yunxi's heart clenched slightly. Looking at Long Feiye's face, which had been silent for 2 days, she felt her heart ache for no reason. Jiangnan's Plum Sea already belonged to her, but it was still given to her by him. Was it any different from returning to the Duke of Qin's residence? Okay. She agreed just like that and took back the command token. He lowered his head and turned to leave. He left? He left just like that. Bastard. You really left when I told you to. Han Yunxi's heart fiercely skipped a beat. Without thinking, she chased after Long Feiyi from behind and hugged him tightly around his waist. If you'll never forgive me, can you pretend to forgive me for a while? He pulled her hand as if to pull it away. She hugged him even tighter in fright. Can I? Long Feiyi still pulled her away and turned around to look at her with furrowed brows. Han Yunxi was flustered. Her heart felt stifled, and even breathing became difficult. He actually looked helpless as he said mildly, "This prince only wants to get the medical kit. You don't be anxious." Han Yunxi was stunned on the spot. She suddenly didn't know what to say. Long Feiyi couldn't help but stroke her bangs when he saw her dazed expression. "Since you want to pretend, then pretend for the rest of your life." Han Yunxi almost cried. He shouldn't bully her like this. She was really frightened. Long Feiyi, how can you be so bad? She was about to cry, but he still asked her seriously, "What do you think, is this okay?" She didn't say anything and just looked at him. She was clearly about to cry, but she smiled. He still held her hand like before, their fingers intertwined as they strolled through the plum blossom forest. She was still panicking as she sorted out her messy thoughts. She thought that she really liked this man. Otherwise, why didn't she just walk away? Why would she be bullied to this extent? She looked up and saw his naturally cold side profile. At this moment, what was he thinking? Long Feiyi, she spoke softly. Many years later, she would forget that it was from this moment onwards that she no longer called this man, Your Highness, but directly called him by his name. He looked over. What are you thinking about? After the quarrel, she was less cautious than before. I'm thinking about the antidote for broom corn millet poison. Do you believe me? Long Feiyi said mildly. Han Yunxi only remembered this matter now. Gu's words were still ringing in her ears, and Long Feiyi's attitude was like this. Who should she believe? Long Feiyi stopped and asked forcefully, "Do you believe me?" Believe what? Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded. Han Yunxi looked back and saw the Tang clan's young head, Tang Li, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. This fellow was still dressed in white and had an immortal-like temperament, but he still ruined his good temperament with a single word. Han Yunxi, you're finally not throwing a tantrum anymore? Tang Li asked with a smile. Han Yunxi not only pretended not to hear, but also not to see him. She turned her head away and ignored him. Han Yunxi, Aunt Ru was right to scold you. You're a femme fatale. Do you know how many people in Jiangnan and the central regions are waiting for my brother to declare himself an emperor and establish a country? Tang Li was about to continue when Long Feiyi's cold gaze silenced him. Han Yunxi said coldly, Your brother won't declare himself an emperor, much less establish a country. You're thinking too much. A trifling 3 prefectures in the central regions and 15 cities in Jiangnan were nothing in Long Feiyi's eyes. If he wanted to declare himself an emperor and establish a country, he'd have to conquer all of Cloud Realm continent. Long Feiyi looked at Han Yunxi with interest. How did you know? Your Highness, the 3 prefectures in the central regions and the 15 cities in Jiangnan have long been under your control. What difference does it make whether you make a move or not? If you don't declare yourself an emperor and establish a country, you'll be able to give Long Tianma and Tianhui some thought. Who wouldn't covet the people in the central regions and Jiangnan's granary? Han Yunxi smiled as she spoke. Anyone who covets the things in someone else's hands will be used by that person. Long Feiyi applauded Han Yunxi 3 times. Although he didn't say anything, he'd already made his stance clear. Besides this woman, there was probably no one else who could read his thoughts so thoroughly. He could have used Long Tianma and the Mu family to take over all of Tianning, but he wasn't in a rush. Without Emperor Tianhui and Long Tianma, who would help him deal with Western Zhou and Northern Li, Tang Li didn't have such a good head for politics, but he understood after listening to Han Yunxi's analysis. He sighed with emotion. Han Yunxi, you really aren't stupid except when you're jealous. If you get jealous so easily, you might turn into an idiot. You! Han Yunxi grew angry. Oh, that's right. You turn into an idiot too when you're bewitched by a man's charms. Tang Li couldn't seem to stop teasing her. Try spouting more nonsense. Han Yunxi narrowed her eyes dangerously. How am I spouting nonsense? Just then, you were talking about goo, weren't you? You're so smart, but you still can't figure it out? Gu Qishao had purposely mixed in the powder that would turn the bottle black. You're saying he just wants to keep the antidote for himself? He's clearly plotting to drive a wedge between the two of you, Tang Li said seriously. Chapter 505. What was Gu's motive for doing this? Han Yunxi frowned and stared at Tang Li. Tang Li asked again. He obviously knew what you were capable of, yet he added so much powder. He obviously did it on purpose to lure you over. Let's take a step back and say that if my brother really lied to you, he really knew something. Why didn't he just show you the evidence directly? Why did he go through so much trouble? That guy is just trying to drive a wedge between you and me. Han Yunxi's expression was complicated. Long Feiyi remained silent. Tang Li's words were not false at all. That was exactly what Gu meant. And it was precisely because of this that Gu suffered a tragedy in this matter. Han Yunxi had already considered these 2 points. After listening to Tang Li's analysis, the scales in her heart finally tilted. If there were suspicions, Gu was indeed more suspicious. Han Yunxi did not say anything for a long time. Long Feiyi stared at her with his lips pursed tightly. He looked quite serious. So I'm not talking nonsense, right? Tang Li pulled the topic back and sighed. My brother is so good-looking. How can he lose to Gu? Even if you're seduced by men, you'll still be seduced by my brother. This time, Han Yunxi narrowed her eyes again. However, Tang Li seemed to be addicted to talking. He said again, Han Yunxi, you're a married woman. You have to take, before he could finish speaking, he suddenly could not make a sound. His mouth kept moving. He tried his best to say something, but he could not make a single sound. Was he mute? Han Yunxi glanced at him and said coldly, Your mouth must be tired from talking so much. Take a rest. We'll talk again tomorrow. After she finished speaking, she held Long Feiyi's hand. Let's go and get the medical kit. Would Long Feiyi save Tang Li? Obviously not. Although Tang Li had helped him with Gu's matter, he still felt that Tang Li talked too much. Han Yunxi held onto Long Feiyi's hand and walked at a leisurely pace. As she walked, her mind wandered. She was undoubtedly pondering about the antidote for the broom-corn millet poison. Long Feiyi did not say anything. He knew that Tang Li's words were enough. Gu had the ability to find out that Mute Granny was imprisoned by him in the U Pavilion, but he did not directly bring Han Yunxi there. There was no doubt that he wanted to hide his abilities. Why didn't he reveal his true abilities after being shot by the crossbowman like a hedgehog? What does it have to do with Medical City or the poison sex poison Gu humans if he didn't die after being stabbed in the heart? He was very interested. Long Feiyi didn't ask about the antidote to broom-corn millet poison, and Han Yunxi didn't mention it again. Perhaps she already had a judgment in her heart. Was Mute Granny's matter over just like that? Or perhaps the truth would come to light one day. To Long Feiyi and Gu, who was the 10% antidote to broom-corn millet poison a blessing or a curse? The truth would come to light one day. The only thing she was certain of was that something big had happened between Long Fei and Gu Qishao. After Han Yunxi got the medical kit, she took out a bottle of vitality-stabilizing medicinal pills and gave it to Long Feiyi. She couldn't help with his internal injuries, but she should at least nourish his body. The next day, the mute Tang Li was finally liberated and could speak again. He was so frightened that he decided to stay 10 steps away from Han Yunxi whenever he saw her in the future. What do you mean by only vile people and women are hard to raise? It's just that the Duke of Qin's women are hard to raise. Too scary. Brother, you better be careful in the future. She might poison you to death one day, Tang Li reminded him seriously. Long Feiyi pretended not to hear him and asked cold, "How's my master?" "Same as always." Tang Li immediately denied it. No. It's a lot better than before because Duanmu Yao is here." Long Feiyi banged the table heavily and didn't say anything. "Brother, Tianshan Kenzo's matter is more troublesome than usual. It's better if you don't get involved." Tang Li wasn't joking. Long Feiyi nodded and asked, "Is there any progress with the 100 Poisons sect?" Tang Li shook his head. "Even the Wang family can't get in touch with the person who snuck in. I think things aren't looking good." Jun Yixie hadn't made any moves since leaving Fishery Island. This made Long Feiyi rather uneasy, but he still couldn't make up his mind to deal with any changes. Perhaps it was a good thing that Jun Yixie wasn't making any moves. At least he had time to finish playing Tianing's game of chess. While Tianing was still in turmoil, Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi had settled down in Jiangnan's Plum Blossom Sea. Unlike last winter's cautiousness, Han Yunxi was more or less acting like a lady of the house. Long Feiyi had given her a group of shadow guards, and she'd stolen a large batch of hidden weapons from Tang Li. After dipping them in poison, she gave them to the shadow guards and taught them some basic poison art. Of course, while she was busy, she was also quietly studying the perplexing butterfly illusion. Long Feiyi, on the other hand, spent most of his time recuperating from his injuries besides brewing tea and reading scrolls. It was already good enough that he hadn't succumbed to qi deviation, but it'd take him at least 2 to 3 months to fully recover. By then, Han Yunxi's poison guards had finished training. Long Feiyi's injuries were more or less healed, and Tianing's situation had more or less stabilized. The north was divided into 2 countries, with the Shaoshui River as the boundary. West of the river was Tianing, whose capital was West Jing. East of the river was Tianan, whose capital had been renamed Tian-An City. Emperor Tianhui had made Chu Qingga empress and received the support of the Western Zhou Emperor. Rumors had it that Chu Qingga was pregnant with a dragon seed, but only the people involved knew the truth. Long Tianma had made Mu Luiyue empress, while the empress from the western mountains had been brought back to the palace. Rumors had it that Mu Luiyue and the empress were living together, but that remained to be seen. Today, Long Feiyi asked Han Yunxi, "Are you willing to go back to the estate?" Go back to the estate? Han Yunxi was surprised. Although Long Tianma had confiscated many of Tian An's estates, he hadn't touched the Duke of Qin's estate. He didn't dare to. Han Yunxi had even heard that the Han estate was fine and that no one had dared to barge in. Even if Long Tianma came to invite him, Long Feiyi wouldn't go back at a time like this, much less Long Tianma's absence. Go back to the estate? Back to which estate? Do you want to go back? Long Feiyi asked again. This fellow still remembered how she'd returned to her parents' home in a fit of pique. Of course, let's go. Han Yunxi didn't ask, waiting to see where he'd take her. Unexpectedly, Long Feiyi really did take her out the door. The late autumn winds were strong. He untied his cloak and wrapped it around her. Just like before, he led her into the carriage. Only after the carriage had gone far away did a fiery red figure appear on the high walls of Jiangnan's Plum Sea. His red robes were like fire, fluttering in the wind. Who else could it be but Gu? Inside the carriage, Long Fei was the same as before. He ignored her as he leaned back in his seat and flipped through a few secret missives. She burrowed into his arms and read with him. These letters came from Northern Li, Western Zhou, Medicine City, and even Medical City. It had to be said that this fellow had eyes and ears all over Cloud Realm continent. Soon, they entered southern Ning City. As soon as the carriage stopped, there was a commotion all around. Han Yunshi got off her horse to take a look and gave a start. In front of her was a brand new estate. 2 large lions stood at the entrance, and the 4-meter-wide vermilion door exuded a dignified aura. The plaque above the door clearly read, Duke of Qin's Estate. Return to the Duke of Qin's estate. How did she become so stupid? Han Yunshi suddenly realized that some of Tang Li's words seemed to make a bit of sense. Long Fei Yi didn't proclaim himself emperor, nor did he divide his power. Instead, he built a Duke of Qin's estate in southern Ning, the largest prefecture in the central region. This made those people ponder over his intentions. Han Yunshi didn't have time to look, because a group of people had already gathered around them. Among them were high-ranking officials, military generals, and even some of the more influential and famous families. Long Fei Ye's estate was originally a temporary imperial residence. Since the renovation started 2 to 3 months ago, this group of people had been guarding it every day, waiting for him to show his face. The central region and Jiangnan were like a group of dragons without a leader. This group of people had been waiting for the stars and the moon. Finally, their master had arrived. There were at least 10 people, and all of them had prominent statuses. Unfortunately, Long Fei Yi dismissed them with a single sentence. This prince is used to being idle and can't manage such a big matter. You can all go back. While everyone was still in shock, Long Fei Yi had already led Han Yunshi into the estate. Han Yunshi inadvertently turned around to take a look. She unexpectedly met many reproachful and resentful gazes. She couldn't help but shiver. She thought that Long Fei Yi was so idle, so there were probably many people who scolded her for being a femme fatale. This estate wasn't as big as the Duke of Qin's estate in Tianan City. It also wasn't divided into many courtyards. There was only one independent courtyard named Leisurely Cloud Courtyard. However, everything in Leisurely Cloud Courtyard was exactly the same as the Hibiscus Courtyard. There was a mysterious palace and a loft. As soon as Han Yunshi and Long Fei Yi arrived, Zhao Mama and the rest arrived as well. Each of them was happier than the other when they saw Han Yunshi. Although they didn't know how their mistresses had made up, it was good enough, wasn't it? Han Yunshi happily settled in. A few days later, all 3 clans in Medicine City sent letters asking to meet with Han Yunshi and Long Fei Yi. Without a doubt, they were here for the sake of Pill Fiend Pharmacy. Han Yunshi hadn't forgotten about Pill Fiend Pharmacy, but she didn't know how to tell Long Fei about it. After all, Pill Fiend Pharmacy involved Gu Qishao, who seemed to have gone missing. Even now, there was no news of him. After reading the letter, Long Fei generously sent Chu Shifeng to Pill Fiend Valley to deliver the message to Gu Qishao. If he didn't show up, then they'd have full authority over Pill Fiend Pharmacy. Han Yunshi looked at Long Fei Yi and wanted to say something, but didn't in the end. Her heart was filled with complicated feelings towards Gu Qishao. Leaving aside everything else, Gu Qishao had at least saved her life. If possible, Han Yunshi didn't want to lose him as a friend. Very soon, Chu Shifeng returned. Your Highness, esteemed Wang Fei, Gu isn't at Medicine Ghost Valley, but he left word that he won't care about Pill Fiend Pharmacy anymore. He only needs to deliver the silver to Medicine Ghost Valley on time. This doesn't seem like Gu's style at all. Someone come, invite the 3 clans of Medicine City to meet with South Ning's Pill Fiend Pharmacy. Long Fei Yi ordered. Now Han Yunshi was astonished. Since when did South Ning have a Pill Fiend Pharmacy? Tianan City's Pill Fiend Pharmacy hadn't even been built yet. Today, Long Fei Yi brought her to a large, nameless estate near the Duke of Qin's estate. It had a spacious storefront, hidden storerooms, and many side rooms. Han Yunshi finally realized that Long Fei Yi had long ordered people to start building Pill Fiend Pharmacy in South Ning Prefecture. However, construction had stopped for a long time and only resumed 2 months ago. Now it was all finished and waiting for the sign to be hung up. You can hang up the sign after we've finished our negotiations with Medicine City, Long Fei said. Han Yunshi looked at him as her heart warmed. This guy really is considerate. Han Yunshi looked around with Long Fei by her side. But when they reached the courtyard, they suddenly heard a resolute voice from next door. Even if I die here today, I won't go back. Chapter 506. She'd rather die than go back? Han Yunshi was just thinking about the familiar voice when Long Fei spoke up. It's her again. Yes, it's her again, Mu Ling. Long Fei's tone made it clear that he didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but Han Yunshi was a bit worried about this girl. Moreover, Mu Ling was a genius pharmacist, and Pill Fiend Pharmacy needed her. She smiled and said, Long Fei, why don't you climb the wall and take a look? Climb the wall? When had he, Long Fei, ever climbed a wall? With Han Yunshi in his arms, he silently flew up to a tree in the neighboring courtyard. From where he stood, he could see everything clearly. Han Yunshi suddenly felt that it would be great if she had a personal bodyguard like Long Fei. Actually, she already had one, didn't she? The person in the courtyard was indeed Mu Ling. At this moment, she was holding a dagger to her neck. The young man standing in front of her was dressed in bright clothes and had the appearance of a hedonistic son of a wealthy family. Behind him were a dozen or so sword-wielding bodyguard. His aura was fierce and overbearing. Stinking girl, do you think this young master can't do anything to you if you threaten me with death? The young man's insufferably arrogant attitude could only be described with his nose in the air. I'm not joking with you. If I die, do you think father will spare you? Mu Ling questioned loudly. At this point, Han Yunshi more or less understood what was going on. Mu Ling had offended the entire Medicine City because of the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet and had been pursued by them for over a year now. In the past year, her father, Mu Linger, probably helped her block a lot of things. However, when Han Yunshi heard that Mu Linger was short of money, she knew that her father couldn't withstand the pressure and wanted her to go back. If Han Yunshi guessed correctly, Mu Ingdong must have created the illusion of Mu Ling-er's death, and then secretly imprisoned Mu Ling-er for the rest of her life so that she could continue to be loyal to the Mu family. Han Yunshi couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Being born in a big family, if one was too useless, one would be discriminated against. If one was too dazzling, there would be all kinds of thoughts. Ha ha ha, do you think this young master will let my father know? The young man's laughter pulled Han Yunshi back from her thoughts. She saw Mu Linger's dagger was really going to stab her neck. Miss Jiu! A guard shouted, but unfortunately, the young man slapped him and angrily said, What are you stopping me for? If you want to die, then die with her. As he spoke, he dragged the guard out and kicked him to Mu Linger's side. The guard was angry, but he didn't dare to say anything. He got up and resentfully stood to the side, not daring to make a sound. Mu Chaoran, don't go too far. Mu Linger angrily said. Mu Chaoran? Han Yunshi was stunned at first, but then she almost laughed out loud. What a coincidence! They had just made an appointment with the 3 medicine clans to discuss the sale of low-quality ingredients at Pill Fiend Pharmacy when this guy showed up, right next to it. After all, most of the shady dealings between Medicine City and the black market were done by this young master of the Mu family. If they wanted to have a smooth negotiation with Medicine City, especially the Mu family, they naturally had to first have a good talk with this young master. Your Highness, this matter is none of our business, shouldn't we? Before Han Yunshi could finish speaking, Long Fei coldly declared, We're definitely going to interfere. Guards, what are you waiting for? Mu Chaoran waved his hand in a particularly arrogant manner. Who would have thought that Mu Linger would actually raise her head and cut her neck with the dagger, leaving a bloody mark? All of the guards stopped in their tracks. Han Yunshi was shocked. Stupid girl, Mu Chaoran is stupid, but you're even stupider than him. You're a pig. Without Mu Linger, the Mu family could have faked Mu Linger's medicine to create a genius. If Mu Ingdong hadn't been imprisoned by Mu Linger, he would have definitely made the first young master into the second genius of the Mu family. If Mu Linger died, Mu Chaoran would suffer the greatest loss. How could Mu Chaoran think so deeply? Ever since he was young, he'd wanted nothing more than for Mu Linger to die. As long as she was dead, there would be no one to compete with him for the position of househead. As long as she was dead, he would be able to unscrupulously search through her belongings and find the 38 medicinal notes. What are you all standing there for? Don't you want to mingle in the Mu family anymore? He roared. The guards listened to Mu Linger in the end. Even if the tip of the dagger had already pierced into her flesh and could take her life at any time, they still went forward to capture her. Mu Linger suddenly smiled. Her smile was filled with despair. She really wanted to die. Returning to the Mu family was a fate worse than death for her. As for Chi Brother, when she woke up at the inn and found out that Chi Brother had poisoned her to get rid of her, she suddenly realized how much Chi Brother disliked her. Up until now, there were only two things in her life. One was to create medicine for the Mu family, and the other was goo. Now, there was nothing left for her. The guards were already in front of her. She could either stab her with the dagger or be captured by them. Mu Linger closed her eyes. Just as she was about to vent her anger, a clang was suddenly heard and the dagger fell to the ground. Who's there? Mu Chaoran was the first to react. Two quick-witted guards wanted to seize the chance to capture Mu Linger, but they suddenly collapsed to the ground with bloody wounds on their necks. Now all of the guards were afraid and backed away. Mu Chaoran was the most frightened of them all. He hid behind the guards and shouted, "You dare to provoke my Medicine City's Mu family? Do you want to die? Who's there? Come out." Long Fei Yi slowly landed with Han Yunxi in his arms. Mu Chaoran didn't recognize the Long Fei Yi, but felt that Han Yunxi's face was very familiar. Han Yunxi! Mu Linger exclaimed. Why did she run into this woman again? Why did she run into her when she was at her most wretched? Mu Chaoran finally realized why he felt so familiar. This was the woman the Duke of Qin had once put a bounty on all of Cloud Realm continent, Qin Wangfei. So the man holding her waist so domineeringly was Duke of Qin, Mu Chaoran muttered. Mu Chaoran had spent the past few months searching for Mu Linger, so he had no idea that Zhang Sun Zilan had already surrendered to the Duke of Qin's estate. Although he feared Long Fei Yi in his heart, he still acted like the eldest young master of the Mu clan and said, "Your Highness Duke of Qin, these are my Mu clan's internal affairs. I ask that you make things easy for us." Mu Chaoran was polite enough, but Long Fei Yi wasn't the least bit courteous. He gave Mu Chaoran a cold look without replying. Feeling awkward, Mu Chaoran hardened his tone. Someone come and take ninth young miss back." Although the Duke of Qin wasn't someone to be trifled with, neither was the head of Medicine City's Mu clan. He'd heard of how Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi had teamed up with Gu Qisha to open Pill Fiend Pharmacy. No matter what those two did, anyone who had anything to do with Pill Fiend Pharmacy was an enemy of Medical City and Medicine City. Based on this alone, Mu Chaoran felt that he had no reason to be afraid of them. Before the guards could move, Han Yunxi had already stepped in front of Mu Linger to block their path. She crossed her arms over her chest and smiled at Mu Chaoran, her smile completely harmless. Mu Linger lowered her head and remained silent. Seeing this, Mu Chaoran sneered. "Esteemed Wangfei, it seems that esteemed Wangfei is determined to meddle in my Mu clan's internal affairs?" Han Yunxi smiled and nodded. Mu Chaoran didn't hold back and pointed at Han Yunxi. "Very good. You'd better not regret this." Then he turned to leave. He might be stupid, but he wasn't stupid enough to try and fight the Duke of Qin with just a few people. He'd only taken 2 steps when he unwillingly turned back. Making an enemy of Medicine City is the same as making an enemy of Medical City. There won't be a good ending. Han Yunxi had a very good temper. She smiled and waved goodbye. Mu Chaoran was infuriated to death. "Crazy woman!" he spat. Just as he was about to turn around, A sharp wind blade suddenly scraped past his neck. It hurts. He touched his hand and found it covered in blood. When he focused, he saw a blood-stained leaf on the ground in front of him. He was scared out of his wits and turned to Long Fei, only to see Long Fei playing with a few leaves in his hand. He then looked at Han Yunxi and saw that she was still smiling and waving at him. Mu Chaoran felt a chill run down his spine. He had a very bad premonition. "Go on, why aren't you leaving?" Han Yunxi finally spoke in a very friendly tone. What do you want?" "This young master is the eldest young master of the Mu clan. If you dare do anything to me, Medicine City won't let you off," Mu Chaoran warned. "Mu Linger, your brother is leaving. Aren't you going to send him off?" Han Yunxi asked. Mu Linger finally raised her head and looked at Han Yunxi straight back. She didn't know what possessed her, but she felt a sense of security. She didn't feel like she was alone anymore. She walked out with her chin held high. "Of course I have to send him off properly. Mu Linger, you dare?" Mu Chaoran roared. "See if I dare or not." Mu Linger sneered and walked step by step towards Mu Chaoran. Mu Chaoran turned to run, but Long Fei immediately presented him with a leaf. He abruptly stopped, but Mu Linger kicked him from behind, just like how he'd kicked the guard. "Go on, didn't you want to leave?" "Guards! Guards!" No matter how Mu Chaoran shouted, it was all in vain. Who didn't fear the Duke of Qin's leaf? Mu Linger crouched down and asked seriously, "You're not leaving?" "I'm your brother," Mu Chaoran emphasized. "I have plenty of brothers. You're not the only one." Mu Linger smiled coldly. "What are you thinking?" Mu Chaoran was scared. Mu Linger smiled as innocently as Han Yunxi, but she suddenly threw a punch at Mu Chaoran's face. "This old lady has wanted to do you for a long time." Mu Linger Mu Chaoran couldn't speak because Mu Linger used both her hands, punching left and right to vent her anger. In the end, Mu Chaoran was knocked unconscious. Long Fei raised his eyebrows, but Han Yunxi was stunned. She didn't expect this girl's fists to be so hard. She asked suspiciously, "Hey, doesn't your hand hurt?" Mu Linger stood up, not caring about the blood on her fist. She said coldly, "Han Yunxi, I didn't ask you to save me. I don't care what your motive is. You want my life and nothing else." Han Yunxi probably liked Mu Linger's stubbornness. Although it was all because of a motive, it was indeed a motive. She took a step forward and whispered in Mu Linger's ear. She didn't know what she said, but Mu Linger's cold and arrogant expression instantly softened. "Really?" she asked seriously. "If I lie to you, I'll die a horrible death. However, you better pretend that you don't know anything." Han Yunxi whispered. Chapter 507. What did Han Yunxi tell Mu Ling? Heaven and earth didn't know. Only the two of them knew. In any case, Mu Ling-er's entire being lit up. "Han Yunxi, I believe you." Han Yunxi's focus was clearly on the latter part of her sentence. She repeated herself. "It's best if you pretend you don't know anything." Mu Ling was in a good mood as she broke into a wicked grin. "What do I know? I don't know a thing." Han Yunxi discovered that this girl still looked better when she smiled. She handed her a bottle of medicine. "Hurry and treat that neck wound. Be careful, you won't be able to get married if it leaves a scar." Mu Ling glanced at the bottle with disdain. "No need, I have plenty of medicine." She was about to leave when she scooted closer to Han Yunxi's ear and murmured, "Han Yunxi, does our agreement from last time still count?" A few months ago, Han Yunxi had wanted her to challenge His Excellency Pill Fiend at Pill Fiend Pharmacy. Because of the coup in Tianning's capital, Pill Fiend Pharmacy hadn't opened for business yet. Because she'd escaped the Mu clan's pursuit, the matter had been delayed. A crafty gleam flashed past Han Yunxi's eyes. She knew that she could basically lure this girl to Pill Fiend Pharmacy now. She'd admit that she was crafty. Of course. Pill Fiend Pharmacy is right next door. It'll open in half a month. After that, you're welcome to come anytime, Han Yunxi smiled. Just you wait. Mu Ling coolly tossed out these 2 words before leaving. As for Mu Chaoran, she'd already told Chi brother to let him off the hook last time at the Mu clan's medicinal grounds. This time, he could go and die. With Mu Ling gone and Mu Chaoran unconscious, the Mu clan guards exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. Han Yunxi didn't speak, but simply smiled at them. When they saw Qin Wangfei's harmless smile, the guards were so scared that they scrambled away. How could they dare to save Mu Chaoran? The only thing they can do is to quickly report to the Mu family head. She meddled in other people's business and picked up the eldest young master of the Mu family. Han Yunxi thought, good intentions are rewarded. She turned to look at Long Feiyi. Your Highness, carry him away. At this moment, Long Feiyi felt like he had become a bodyguard who was at the beck and call of this woman. Of course, the ones who carried Mu Chaoran away were the shadow guards. Long Feiyi was so obsessed with cleanliness. In this lifetime, he would probably only carry Han Yunxi. Mu Chaoran was left in Pill Fiend Pharmacy for a day and a night. He hadn't even woken up when Mu Yingdong's handwritten letter arrived via Eagle. The tone of the letter was quite rude, stating that the black market business was one thing and the Mu family's business was another. He questioned why Long Feiyi had meddled in the Mu clan's business for no reason and accused Long Feiyi of bullying the weak. He strongly requested that Long Feiyi immediately release Mu Chaoran. Otherwise, the Mu clan and Medicine City would accompany him to the end. Han Yunxi read the letter a total of 3 times before seriously asking Long Feiyi, Your Highness, aren't we going too far? Aren't you here to save someone? Long Feiyi retorted. Han Yunxi nodded seriously. Thus, Long Feiyi personally wrote a letter to Mu Yingdong via Eagle. When Mu Yingdong received the letter, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Long Feiyi's reply was as follows. He said that Mu Ling had been forced to commit suicide. Fortunately, Qin Wangfei had saved her, so the Mu clan owed Qin Wangfei a life. As for Mu Chaoran, he had been beaten unconscious by his own sister and abandoned by his guards. Qin Wangfei couldn't bear to see him like this and could only rescue him back to Pill Fiend Pharmacy to take care of him. Thus, the Mu clan owed Qin Wangfei a life. That's a total of 2 lives, so please keep them in mind. Mu Yingdong was currently on his way to South Ning Prefecture. Regarding Mu Chaoran's collusion with Zhangsun Zealand to sell rare herbs at a high price in the black market, Mu Yingdong didn't plan to appear personally. He only planned to be the military advisor behind the scenes and let Mu Chaoran talk to Han Yunxi himself. After all, he had to leave himself a way out. If the negotiations failed, he could still punish Mu Chaoran as the Mu clan's patriarch and give the world an explanation. At the very least, he could restore the Mu clan's reputation to a certain extent. But now, before he even arrived, Mu Chaoran had fallen into Han Yunxi's hands. What was there to talk about? Mu Yingdong thought about it for a long time before finally placing all the blame on Mu Ling. If it wasn't for this pampered girl, things wouldn't have gotten to this point. Pill Fiend Pharmacy had already been completed, so Han Yunxi was extremely busy. What was she busy with? Of course, she was tidying up the herbs. She originally wanted to decorate Pill Fiend Pharmacy, but after taking a stroll around, she found that there was no need for that at all. Everyone said that simple decorations were fine, but Pill Fiend Pharmacy's decorations were definitely done with great care and effort. Aside from the herbs, any other decorations were superfluous. The storehouse design, on the other hand, was a combination of her original blueprints and many additional details. It could be said to be perfect. This was Long Feiyi's style. He always gave the best. Han Yunxi was so busy that she didn't have time to pay attention to Mu Chaoran. She originally planned to have a good chat with him after he woke up, but who would have thought that Mu Chaoran would sleep for another day and night? No matter how hard that little girl Mu Ling-er's fists were, how could she really beat a grown man until he was crippled? How strange. Under Long Feiyi's accompaniment, Han Yunxi arrived at the guest room that had taken in Mu Chaoran. She saw the bruised and swollen Mu Chaoran lying on the bed without any signs of waking up. Su Donglin, who was in charge of guarding the room, asked in a low voice, "Esteemed Wang Fei, did you hurt your head?" Han Yunshi deliberately walked closer and stared at his face. She shouted, "Bring a basin of ice water." Mu Chaoran didn't react at all. It didn't seem like he was faking it. Su Donglin was just about to leave when Long Feiyi said, "Hot water, the hottest." His voice wasn't loud, but it shocked Mu Chaoran so much that his eyes widened in fright. "You're awake." Han Yunshi smiled happily. Mu Chaoran was about to cry. He had woken up a long time ago. He knew that he was being held captive, so he pretended to be asleep. He hoped that his father would quickly send someone over. But even after pretending for so long, his father still hadn't sent anyone. What should he do? Only the heavens knew why these two great Buddhas were holding him captive. "Are you hungry?" Han Yunshi asked kindly. How could he not be hungry? Mu Chaoran was so hungry that he almost fainted. But Han Yunshi's smile was his nightmare. "Esteemed Wang Fei, we can discuss everything. I'm begging you, let's not fight. Su Donglin, bring him some porridge. Only when he's full will he have the strength to talk." After being hungry for so long, eating porridge that was easy to digest wouldn't hurt his stomach. Han Yunshi was still very kind. She and Long Feiyi sat down at a nearby tea table and waited. Mu Chaoran felt as if he had been granted amnesty. His heart that was hanging in the air finally calmed down. As long as they didn't fight, everything could be discussed. He peacefully ate the porridge. Han Yunshi thought that Mu Chaoran would wolf down the porridge, but who knew that this fellow would be able to chew slowly after being hungry for 2 days and 2 nights. Su Donglin handed him a second bowl, but he actually refused. He even asked, "Give me another bowl in 2 hours." Han Yunshi felt admiration. This fellow really cherished his life. Alright, they could talk now. "How many types of low-grade, high-quality herbs does your Mu family have?" Han Yunshi went straight to the point. Mu Chaoran was very surprised. "Esteemed Wang Fei, why? We're just casually chatting," Han Yunshi said with a smile as she played with a leaf in her hand. Seeing this, Mu Chaoran's curiosity disappeared and he quickly replied, "There are the most low-grade, high-quality herbs. There are around 270 types of high-quality herbs in the main category. There are at least 5 or 6 types of high-quality herbs in each main category." As soon as his voice fell, a leaf flew over and brushed past Mu Chaoran's hand, leaving behind a shallow bloodstain. Mu Chaoran was frightened and quickly changed his words. "The Mu family has a total of 300 types of low-grade, high-quality herbs. 30 of them are unique to the Mu family and the Xie and Wang families can't grow them. If we subdivide these 30 types, there are 10 types of high-quality herbs in each category." Ever since he wanted to buy low-grade, high-quality herbs, Long Feiyi had asked Elder Wang about it. Although Elder Wang didn't know how many the Mu family had, he still knew that the Mu family had quite a few unique herbs. Mu Chaoran wanted to lie, but he was simply asking for trouble. Han Yunshi acted as if nothing had happened. She smiled and asked, "What's the price?" When she said this, Mu Chaoran was pleasantly surprised. "Esteemed Wang Fei needs it. As soon as this one returns to the Mu family, I'll immediately send over a large batch. I guarantee esteemed Wang Fei will be satisfied." Mu Chaoran's pig brain couldn't even get in touch with Pill Fiend Pharmacy. But it wasn't his fault. Pill Fiend Pharmacy walked the high-end route of Medicine Ghost Valley. Why would it want low-quality herbs? How could I ask for them for free? Just give me a cheaper price. How about this, list out the prices for each type of herb. If there's a need, this Wang Fei will send someone to buy them, Han Yunshi said politely. Thus, Mu Chaoran thought himself clever. Tiannings's in chaos, he thought, so there's bound to be chaos soon. When that happens, there'll be a lot of casualties. Medicinal ingredients will be in short supply. Han Yunshi and Long Feiyi must be planning to stock up on medicinal ingredient. Although it was a bit expensive to use high-quality herbs, they could still afford to use low-quality ones. He assumed that Han Yunxi had seized the opportunity to detain him so she could haggle over the price. Just like that, Mu Chaoran listed an extremely low price that was close to the cost of production. There was no profit at all. Han Yunxi glanced at the price and was very satisfied. Seeing that Han Yunxi was satisfied, Mu Chaoran felt reassured. As long as she could let him go, he didn't mind making less money or even losing money. Esteemed Wang Fei, if there's nothing else, then, this one will take his leave? Mu Chaoran said timidly. The sooner this one returns to the Mu clan, the better to personally prepare the goods for esteemed Wang Fei. We'll be working together for a long time, so there's no rush. In any case, your father should be here in a couple of days. You can go back with him then, Han Yunxi said with a smile. Mu Chaoran was stunned. For a moment, he didn't understand what Han Yunxi meant. There was too much information in those words. What long-term cooperation? His father was coming in person? 2 days later, Mu Yingdong didn't show up. Instead, it was the Wang clan's second master Wang Zhongyang, the Xie clan's eldest young master Xie Hongming, and the Mu clan's shopkeeper Zhou who showed up. The Wang and Xie clans were all involved in the black market's drug trade, while shopkeeper Zhou was only a servant. His Highness Duke of Qin and esteemed Wang Fei kept the Wang and Xie clans people and allowed shopkeeper Zhou to return. His Highness Duke of Qin was very angry. Either the person involved or the clan head comes. What does a trifling shopkeeper want to talk to this prince about? Esteemed Wang Fei was very understanding. Eldest young Master Mu is already at Pill Fiend Pharmacy, so there's no need for the Mu clan to send anyone. Mu Yingdong, who was hiding in the inn, was caught between a rock and a hard place. He had no choice but to personally show up and become the only clan head of Medicine City's 3 clans to show up. He was so depressed that he almost died. Now that the 3 clans had all arrived, how would this deal be discussed? How would the clueless Mu Chaoran react when he saw his father? Chapter 508. Behind Pill Fiend Pharmacy's enormous store was a garden, and behind it was a luxurious reception hall. Second Master Wang Zhongyang and eldest young Master Xie Hongming didn't know about Mu Chaoran's affairs, so they weren't surprised to see him sitting there. Mu Chaoran, on the other hand, was stunned. Why were these 2 here? His Highness Duke of Qin and Qin Wang Fei had only told him that his father was coming to drink tea, but nothing else. Of course he knew that his father wasn't just here to make tea, and that Qin Wang Fei wasn't just asking for the price of ingredients. But what did this have to do with the Wang and Xie clans? Could it be that Qin Wang Fei was going to shop around? The Duke of Qin's estate was rich and overbearing, so why was she so unhappy about doing business? Was she planning to stock up on a lot of ingredients? That was Mu Chaoran's analysis. Therefore, he decided to remain silent once again, thinking that he was clever. After all, he'd quoted the lowest price. The Xie and Wang clans couldn't possibly go lower than him, unless they wanted to make a loss. High-quality ingredients had high requirements for soil and care. The Mu clan had plenty of fertile fields and skilled labor, so their costs were naturally lower than the Wang and Xie clans. Therefore, the Mu family had the upper hand in terms of price and quality of medicinal herbs. Mu Chaoran didn't know about Mute Granny, much less that his father had been cheated out of a treasure by Qin Wang Fei in order to save Mu Ling. He thought himself clever. If he could close this deal, he'd forget all the unpleasantness from before and form a personal friendship with the Duke of Qin. Tianning was divided into 3 parts. Although the Duke of Qin hadn't declared himself emperor, he was still the hegemon of the south-central regions. Forming a friendship with him would at least give him a way out. The 2 men from the Wang and Xie clans bowed and took their seats, but His Highness Duke of Qin and Qin Wang Fei didn't say anything. Firstly, there was a difference in status. Secondly, the 2 of them didn't dare to speak up. Instead, they sent inquisitive looks towards Mu Chaoran. But after much thought, Mu Chaoran pretended not to see them and calmly drank his tea. After a period of silence, it was Wang Zhongyang who spoke up. Your Highness Duke of Qin, they haven't all arrived yet? The Mu clan head hasn't arrived yet, Long Feiyi replied. These words sent waves through the Wang and Xie clans. How could this be? Mu Ingdong actually came in person? They were here to settle the ugly business of the black market's medicinal herbs in private. Qin Wangfei could only buy and sell the low-end premium herbs she wanted privately. One had to know that Pilfine Pharmacy was under Gu Qisha's name. If they were to publicly supply medicinal ingredients, Medical City would definitely object. It was not appropriate for the Patriarch to appear in such matters. Firstly, if this matter were to be exposed one day, the clan head would have no way out. Secondly, if the other party raised a high request, the clan head would have no way to refuse. Things were a little complicated. Wang and Xie looked at Mu Chaoran and saw that he was very relaxed. Thus, they decided not to say anything more. Therefore, when Mu Ingdong came over, everyone present was very silent. Mu Ingdong sat down beside Mu Chaoran and glared at him fiercely. Mu Chaoran thought it was about Mu Ling and let him stare. Mu Ingdong glanced at Wang and Xie and said, "What are you talking about? Looks like old man is late." Since the Mu clan head came personally, how could we talk without waiting for you? Han Yunshi smiled. Hearing this, Mu Ingdong understood what was going on. He stood up and raised his teacup. Your Highness Duke of Qin, esteemed Wang Fei, I've heard that you two worked tirelessly to reform Gu Qisha and sell medicine to save people. This one admires you endlessly. Although Gu Qisha refused to sell his medicine in the past and watched people die without saving them, this one feels gratified that he's turned over a new leaf and walked the right path. Today, I've personally come to deliver a medicine command token to show my support. So speaking, Mu Ingdong took out a wooden command token that emanated the fragrance of medicinal herbs. Of course Han Yunshi would accept it. Even if Mu Ingdong didn't give it to them, they'd ask for it in today's negotiations. That was because a medicine command token was equivalent to a permit to do business. In Cloud Realm Continent, all legitimate pharmacies had to have such a thing or else they wouldn't be recognized by the medical community. Otherwise, no one would openly sell medicine to you, much less let their patients fill prescriptions. The command tokens were in the hands of Medicine City, so all three families had the right to issue them. Han Yunshi accepted the token with a clear conscience, but Mu Chaoran was stunned. Father didn't need to spend so much money just to get on good terms with the Duke of Qin, right? He'd even publicly recognized Pilfine Pharmacy. Although he made it sound so dignified, it'd be hard to explain to Medical City later. As for the Wang and Xie Wangs, they remained silent. Mu Ingdong was a wily old fox, so he didn't mention a word about the black market. Instead, he gave Pilfine Pharmacy such a huge benefit as soon as he arrived. Qin Wangfei probably knew what was going on and wouldn't make things too difficult for them. After Han Yunshi accepted the command token, Mu Ingdong added, Your Highness Duke of Qin, esteemed Wangfei, since my Mu clan has issued the command token, we'll do our best to assist Pilfine Pharmacy. Of course, we'll also strictly monitor its sales. I hope the two of you can understand. Han Yunshi couldn't help but admire him for his bureaucratic words. If Mu Ingdong had asked for Zhang Sun Zilan's records as soon as he arrived, that would have been too low class. Mu Ingdong wasn't here to settle things privately. He was here to publicly support Pilfine Pharmacy. It was fine as long as everyone was well aware of those scandals. Putting on an official front and not leaving any evidence to be used against each other was also quite good. As a result, Han Yunshi followed Mu Ingdong's lead and said, with Mu clan head's words, this Wang Fei can rest assured. Pilfine Pharmacy is quite interested in low-end quality medicinal ingredients. Is Mu clan head willing to cooperate? Of course. Mu Ingdong was very straightforward. At this time, the Wang and Xie Wangs hurriedly spoke up. Esteemed Wang Fei, the Wang family is also willing to cooperate. Esteemed Wang Fei, the Xie family is willing to supply Pill Fiend Pharmacy. This one has full authority over the price. Since Mu Yingdong had issued the command token, the Wang and Xie clans didn't need to bear the pressure of Medical City. They naturally had to publicly curry favor with Pill Fiend Pharmacy and were eager to express their stance. Mu Chaoran hadn't said anything until now. When he heard the word price, he only smiled coldly. How many low-end quality medicinal ingredients does Pill Fiend Pharmacy intend to buy? Mu Yingdong was very straightforward. He had suffered from insomnia for an entire night before coming up with this method to deal with this negotiation. Right now, he just wanted to quickly conclude this matter and go back to teach Mu Chaoran a lesson. Then, he would increase the search for that damned girl Mu Ling and bring her back. Of course, he was also worried about Mute Granny. However, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi hadn't made any moves on this matter, so he couldn't make a decision for the time being. How much? That's hard to say, Han Yunxi said seriously. Why is it hard to say? Esteemed Wang Fei, we're all straightforward people. Just name a quantity and old man will name a price, Mu Yingdong said. What? Will there be a discount if the quantity is higher? Han Yunxi asked curiously. Of course. The higher the quantity, the greater the discount. Mu Yingdong decided to take advantage of Han Yunxi. Even Gu Qi Sha wouldn't necessarily know the exact price of these ingredients. TSK, it looks like Househead Mu has quite the talent for business. Han Yunxi smiled. It was absolutely ironic that people from Medicine City and Medical City, who helped the dying and healed the wounded, were praised for their talent in business. Mu Yingdong was quite embarrassed. How much does esteemed Wang Fei need? Let's take a look at the types and prices first. Han Yunxi became serious. Mu Yingdong took out the list of ingredients. There were 270 types of low-end quality ingredients and their respective prices. Not to mention the 30 types Mu Chaoran had mentioned, the prices were also very unreasonable. This price was 5 times higher than Mu Chaoran's price. Mu Yingdong, why don't you just go rob a bank? Han Yunxi was very direct. Househead Mu, I heard young Master Mu say that the Mu family has 30 types of low-end quality ingredients that this Wang Fei is very interested in. Why isn't there anything on the list? Mu Yingdong immediately looked at Mu Chaoran. Mu Chaoran lowered his head, not daring to meet Mu Yingdong's gaze. Pill Fiend Pharmacy was competing with Medicine City for the low-end quality ingredient. If the Mu family were to lose those 30 types of ingredients, they would lose the entire low-end market. If this was any other time, Mu Yingdong would have refused. However, this seemingly ordinary transaction was in the hands of the other 3 families. They had no right to bargain. Mu Yingdong could only agree. We do have some, but they're not on the list. What's the price? Han Yunxi asked again. Mu Yingdong gave a high price, 5 times higher than Mu Chaoran's. Han Yunxi's eyes flashed dangerously for the second time, but she still smiled. What if this Wang Fei wants 50 dan of each type? How much discount can Househead Mu give? 50 dan of each type? That's more than 30 bags per dan. Is this woman crazy? It would be strange if so many ingredients didn't go bad. Moreover, if the ingredients weren't picked, the longer they were planted, the better. Once they were picked, the longer they were stored, the weaker their medicinal effects would become. They would either rot or rot. Everyone present was shocked. Long Fei Yi, who had been watching from the sidelines, also frowned at Han Yunxi. Han Yunxi continued to do as she pleased. Househead Mu, it would be too insincere of you not to give me a big discount for such a large quantity. Mu Yingdong pondered for a moment, then decisively said, Since esteemed Wang Fei is so sincere, this old man will give His Highness Duke of Qin some face and give you a 20% discount. 20% discount? That was the equivalent of a 20% discount. A bag of ingredients was 50 taels, so a 20% discount was 40 taels. Mu Chaoran's starting price was only 10 taels. They wouldn't make a loss even if they sold it for 10 taels. Han Yunshi was angry. Your Highness, your face is only worth such a small discount. Let's just not buy it. Long Feiyi said, then let's see them out. How could the atmosphere change so quickly? Not to mention the Wang and Xie siblings, even Mu Ingdong was frightened. If the deal didn't go well, the scandal would be exposed. Esteemed Wang Fei, then name a price. Mu Ingdong hurriedly said. He thought that no matter how good Han Yunshi was at bargaining, she wouldn't be able to lower the price. But who would have thought that Han Yunshi would very bluntly say, you can keep 20% for yourself. Give me an 80% discount. With an 80% discount, it happened to be Mu Chaoran's starting price. It was also the Mu family's lowest price. Mu Ingdong's cold gaze shot towards Mu Chaoran. He wished he could shoot him to death on the spot. This unfilial son, he actually revealed all of his secrets to others. He even talked so much. It was simply a joke. Chapter 509. Despite his anger, Mu Ingdong couldn't help but acknowledge Han Yunshi's intelligence. That was because this was his bottom line. If the price was lower than this, he wouldn't compromise and would only allow them to expose his ugly deeds. If the price was higher than this, they would be able to make a profit. At the very least, they would be able to find some comfort in this matter. However, they were stuck at this price. It was like a chicken rib that was tasteless to eat, but a pity to throw it away. His old life had almost died from depression. Mu Ingdong thought it over and over again, but he still found some comfort. Han Yunshi wanted such a large amount, so they should clear out the stock. At the very least, they should convert all the stock that was about to go bad into silver. In a sense, they would make a small profit. As a result, Mu Ingdong readily agreed. This old man naturally has to give face to the Duke of Qin. If it's an 80% discount, then so be it. Just treat it as a congratulatory gift for Pill Fiend Pharmacy's grand opening. Who would accept money for a congratulatory gift? Han Yunshi cursed Mu Ingdong for being shameless in her heart, so she did something even more shameless than Mu Ingdong, completely crushing him into despair. She said, 300 types of medicinal ingredients, 50 dan of each. I'll buy them in batches every month. I'll stock them at the beginning of this month and settle the bill at the beginning of next month. When she said this, Mu Ingdong's face turned black, but she continued with a serious expression, I'll settle the bill as much as I buy. Mu family head can rest assured. This Princess Consort guarantees in the name of His Highness that I won't go back on my word. Long Feiyi almost choked on the tea that had just entered his throat. He lightly coughed a few times before calmly saying, approved. Han Yunshi was overjoyed and continued, of course, we'll also have to sign a price guarantee agreement. If the price of medicinal ingredients drops, Mu family head will have to guarantee the price for Pill Fiend Pharmacy and make up for the difference. Mu Ingdong's face didn't just turn black. His vision turned black and he almost fainted. Han Yunshi, why don't you just go rob someone? Mu Ingdong was dumbfounded and didn't say anything for a long time. Mu Chaoran's head was almost buried in his pants. He knew that he would never be able to turn the situation around. As for the two from the Wang and Xie families, they didn't dare to make a sound. They only hoped that the Princess Consort would take less of their family's goods after eating so much of the Mu family's goods. Not to mention the fact that they were going to lose money at this price, just the insurance agreement alone was going to make them lose a lot of money. Qin Wangfei had ordered such a large batch at the current price, so it would definitely take 1 or 2 years to get all the goods. For the past 2 years, the price of medicinal herbs had been rising and there was no sign of it falling. She made it sound nice that it was a price guarantee. Because of time, the essence was that if the price went up, it wouldn't go up, and if the price went down, it would have to be covered. For example, if the price of medicinal ingredients increased a year later, the Mu family would only be able to sell to Pill Fiend Pharmacy at the current price. Moreover, if the price dropped, the Mu family would have to follow suit. The phrase, sure win, no loss, was simply created for Han Yunshi. Mu family head, if you think there's no problem, let's make it clear in black and white, okay? Han Yunshi said, then added, once you've made it clear, I'll be able to place the order. As for the first order, I'll pay as soon as the goods arrive. Send someone to deliver the list you want as well. The list Mu Ingdong wanted was undoubtedly the record of the medicinal ingredients that Zhangsun Zilin had given to Long Fei Yi. Since Mu Ingdong had been forced to come here in person, he didn't mention a single word about the black market. Instead, he found a high-sounding reason to grant Pill Fiend Pharmacy a medicine order and made it sound like a normal business transaction. He was truly worthy of being the head of a family. He was truly amazing. Unfortunately, no matter how amazing he was still under someone else's control in this matter. Han Yunshi had grasped his bottom line and put him between a rock and a hard place. Seeing that Mu Ingdong was showing signs of regret, Long Fei Yi said, Mu family head, what do you think? The weight of His Highness Duke of Qin's words was different from that of Qin Wangfei's. Mu Ingdong raised his head, weighing the cost of going back on his word. Leaving aside the fact that Tianning was divided into 3 parts and what Long Fei Yi would do in the future, there was also the matter of Mute Granny. Heaven knows what Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi were up to, how much they knew, and what plans they had. After some hesitation and deliberation, Mu Ingdong finally compromised. Your Highness Duke of Qin, the old man sold you this face. Let's just leave it at that. Sold him face? Would that count as owing him, Mu Ingdong? Long Fei Yi said, Mu family head, there's no need for that. Mu Ingdong was furious in his heart. Long Fei Yi, don't ever ask for Medicine City's help again. Your Highness Duke of Qin really knows how to joke. Mu Ingdong cleverly laid a way out for Han Yunshi. Esteemed Wang Fei, let's draw up the agreement. Han Yunshi knew when to stop. Someone come, bring me brush and ink. Just like that, Han Yunshi used Pill Fiend Pharmacy's name to sign a lengthy agreement with the Mu clan. It guaranteed both the supply and price of their ingredient. Pill Fiend Pharmacy's prices were controlled to a certain level that most people could accept. It was also because of this that Medicine City and other markets had no choice but to lower the prices of similar ingredient. Before the price hike, the Mu clan wasn't losing out either. It was just that everyone was earning less than before. Because of this, Han Yunshi had offended quite a few people, but she didn't mind. She said that medicinal ingredients were like rice. They were needed by the people, so the price had to be reasonable. Before long, Pill Fiend Pharmacy had become the best pharmacy in the city. Of course, this was all for later. After reaching an agreement with the Mu clan, Mu Ingdong angrily left with Mu Chaoran. The Wang and Xie clan elders had made ample preparations, but now they sat there in a daze, unsure of what to do. Sirs, please have some tea, Han Yunshi said politely. The 2 elders smiled and picked up their teacups to drink. If this Princess Consort's guess is correct, the Mu clan's medicinal ingredients cost far less than yours, correct? Han Yunshi's words caused Xie Hongming to hastily reply, Yes, yes, esteemed Princess Consort is wise. Wang Zhongyang hurriedly chimed in, Esteemed Wang Fei, the Mu clan has been relying on their influence in the Council of Elders to monopolize the market. Even the best land in Medicine City has been taken by them. They've also used all sorts of methods to blackmail the young pharmacists and have almost monopolized the market. The Mu clan has to bear the responsibility for the high prices of medicinal ingredients. Ayaya, even the Wang and Xie clans of Medicine City were on the same side? Why were they so united against a common enemy? One had to know that the 2 clans hadn't interacted for at least 50 years. The Wang clan used to be the leader of the medicinal industry, but with the rise of the Mu clan, the Xie clan had long since joined the Mu clan. In the Council of Elders, the Mu and Xie clans had always worked together to bully the Wang clan. Today's scene was truly a rare sight. Who knew what Mu Ingdong would think if he found out? There was no doubt that Han Yunshi had said those words on purpose. Second Master Wang's words are quite pleasant to hear. The Mu clan's influence has grown over the years, but unfortunately, they don't have the style of a great clan. On the other hand, the Wang clan's style remains the same and is worthy of respect. Han Yunshi was praising the Wang clan, not Wang Zhongyang, but Wang Zhongyang took it as a compliment and was extremely proud of himself. Esteemed Princess Consort, I am indebted to you for thinking so highly of me. Xie Hongming quickly chimed in. My father often says that Medicine City's strength of character lies in the Wang clan. I agree with esteemed Princess Consort. Unlike Xie Hongming's shallow flattery, Wang Zhongyang was much more cunning and went straight to the point. Just like Mu Ingdong, he didn't mention a single word about the black market. Esteemed Princess Consort, although the Wang clan's ability is limited and we can't offer as low a price as the Mu clan, we will still do our best to support Pill Fiend Pharmacy. I ask esteemed Princess Consort to make things convenient for us. Wang Zhongyang stood up and respectfully bowed. He didn't know that Elder Wang and His Highness Duke of Qin were old friends, nor did he know that Elder Wang had already informed His Highness about the black market. No matter the outcome of the negotiations, His Highness Duke of Qin wouldn't make things difficult for the Wang clan. On the contrary, he would be severely punished by Elder Wang as soon as he returned. Xie Hongming was a junior who was basically Wang Zhongyang's follower. When he heard Wang Zhongyang's words, he hurriedly followed suit. Esteemed Princess Consort, the Xie clan situation is similar to the Wang clan's. Please show mercy. Han Yunshi pretended to think for a moment before agreeing. The two of you should go back and discuss it. Give me a price in a month. If this Princess Consort likes it, then this matter will be settled. If not, then we can slowly discuss it. Wang Zhongyang and Xie Hongming were overjoyed. After all, they weren't the patriarchs and didn't have the authority to decide the price. Now that the Mu clan's incident had occurred, it was a good thing for them to go back and discuss it with their patriarchs. Many thanks to esteemed Princess Consort. The two of them exhaled in relief after giving their thanks. They didn't dare to linger and quickly bid their farewells. Although they were going back on different paths, Han Yunshi's words meant that the Wang and Xie clans had to discuss the price together. In this way, she'd shortened the distance between the Wang and Xie clans. In other words, she'd driven a wedge between the Mu and Xie clans. Once the Wang and Xie clans joined forces, the Mu clan wouldn't be able to act so arrogantly in Medicine City. Compared to cheating Mu Ingdong with the price, Han Yunshi's last move was the most sinister. Of course, Long Feiyi had taught her this beforehand. Long Feiyi had informed Elder Wang long ago and told him to actively ally with the Xie clan. Han Yunshi had stirred up Cloud Realm's medicine market with the incident at Pill Fiend Pharmacy, while Long Feiyi was starting to stir up trouble in Medicine City. Tianning's situation was already in chaos. Would Medicine City be the next to fall into chaos? Very soon, Han Yunshi spread the news that Pill Fiend Pharmacy had received a medicine token from the Mu clan and had signed a business agreement with them. She even publicly advertised for pharmacists. The medical community was in an uproar at the news. How Mu Ingdong would deal with the pressure from Medical City was the Mu clan's problem. In any case, Pill Fiend Pharmacy's reputation soared. The Mu clan sent over the first batch of low-grade ingredients that Han Yunshi had requested. At the same time, Han Yunshi personally made a trip to Medicine Ghost Valley to make an inventory of the ingredients she needed. She brought some back herself and left the majority to her servants. Han Yunshi wasn't planning to settle old scores with the broomcorn millet poison incident. Like before, she hoped that Gu would come to Pill Fiend Pharmacy. After all, half of the business belonged to him. Unfortunately, she didn't see Gu at all in Medicine Ghost Valley. She assumed that he'd show up once Pill Fiend Pharmacy became famous. Unfortunately, it was as if he'd vanished into thin air without a trace. On an auspicious day, The sounds of congratulations and firecrackers mingled together to create a lively atmosphere. Long Fei Yi personally wrote down the 3 words, Pill Fiend Pharmacy, while Han Yunxi hung up the signboard. Finally, Pill Fiend Pharmacy was open for business. Would Gu Qixiao show up? Han Yunxi silently waited in anticipation. Gu hadn't shown up yet, but someone else had. Who was he?